everybody to LTA South. You might have not have seen me in a while, but here I am. It's SophChan, the resident Brazilian with RMC. We are starting out the first day of playoffs with Duelo das Multidões. How you doing, RMC?
I am so hyped, Soph, to be here, not only for, of course, the modern classic, the match of the multitudes, as you just called it, paiN versus Loud, not just for the start of the playoffs, the first true playoffs we've had here in LTA South, but also that you're back, Soph, you know, the one in our 1.5 Brazilians on this broadcast.
Exactly.
I'm glad you're back to take us through this banger of a match.
Oh, absolutely, because we know there's something about paiN and Loud which is specifically inherent to playoffs, because we know that during the regular season things get a little bit scrappy, and we know that this split in particular, paiN has been doing well, and this is the record that we have over the time from 2021 up until 2024 last year, when it was the first time that we actually didn't see Loud on the grand finals.
Yeah, so as you can see, you know, this is basically when Loud first entered the scene, was back in 2021, Split 1, when franchising happened. And look, if you're new to Brazil, if you're new to the LTA South, paiN has had a fantastic split so far. Split 1 was a little bit shaky, but Split 2, paiN have looked great. But historically speaking, Loud has had their number, and Loud was the first team to get the 4-peat in Brazil. The only team to ever get the 4-peat in Brazil. And as you can see, paiN won initially, then there was 7 straight playoff matches where Loud won. And finally, only just last year, paiN managed to get back their crown from Loud. Yes, they met in the quarterfinals, but paiN did ultimately win out in 2024 Split 2 as well. So yeah, as much as paiN fans, as they look at this and this is a good split, as much as just regular average Joes watching this might think paiN is heavily favored, longtime fans of paiN and Loud know that this particular matchup, this bowl, gets a little bit screwy, and nobody knows what's going to happen till it happens.
We really don't, RMC, because it's got some magic. It's got that Brazilian flair. It's got the absolute, like, I don't know, unpredictability of paiN and Loud that it always has on playoffs. So things might change. I've heard that Tinos has been getting a little bit better towards this end of group stage. So compared to what they were doing in 4th seed going into group stage, things were a little bit dicey for Loud. But paiN, undefeated in group stage 3-0, feeling really, really comfortable. And having a 6-1 record on positioning phase as well. They are, you know, showing fundamentals, but there was one part of fundamentals, RMC, that I know you want to highlight, which is that macro. What is missing on the paiN gaming strategy?
Precisely what you said, macro, Soph. And if we pull up the roster for paiN Gaming, we can talk a little bit about them, because you look at the names on this roster and macro shouldn't be an issue. I mean, Carioca had, what, 5 MVPs in the positioning phase. Man was absolutely crushing the map. Weiser an absolute rock in the top lane. Titan and Curry, I feel like together they've actually shown that, yeah, they've got a lot of hands, but while Red Titan was always somebody who was kind of off his leash and just making all sorts of madness happen, paiN Titan has been a much more of a mastermind player, playing very cerebrally, knowing how to use his team. Roamer's sort of the rookie, and it is worth highlighting, this is Roamer's first year in a tier 1 league anywhere in the world. Yes, he's played in Korea in their academy system. Yes, he's played in NA in their academy equivalent system. This is his first tier 1 experience, and paiN Gaming, they absolutely crushed it with their hands. Now the problem is, ever since the positioning phase went over in the group phase, paiN has been a little bit shaky. I was watching the behind the scenes video, I believe it was yesterday, the day before, that came out, and they're not happy with their macro up against Furia. They know it should have been better. Only game 3 kind of looked cleaner. Up against Loud, if you're playing Messi, that opens windows for Loud to come back in, and Loud is another team that's very good at playing the late game team fights.
Oh, absolutely. We just know what happens when Loud gets into the 15-minute mark, and they just start flipping out the stage, and how they rotate across the map is very strategic. So let's have a look at that Loud roster, because if you are a longtime fan, you're going to recognize plenty of these names. Robo in the top lane, Shinny now, differently from last split, who had Wiz in the jungle, now having Shinny coming from Fluxu last year. Tinos, just the namesake of Loud alongside Root and Redbird, also all the way from 2024 in their glory of Split 1. So this team, as you said, has so much potential. Just, I don't know, it feels like there is something that only gets triggered for Loud in playoffs. So we might see something different today.
Yeah, definitely. As you said, a lot of these names are older names. People who've been in the scene for pretty much, it feels like, forever. I mean, Robo has, what, 7 titles to his name? taiN, 6 titles, multiple of them being picked up on Loud. Shinny, perhaps the newer name to Loud, but an older name in the scene. This is the old man's club, the retirement home. And unfortunately, LTA South has shown that it's no country for old men. Loud has struggled immensely, but you can't argue against a team that somehow clutches out 4th. Regardless, they are 4th seed. That's why they're here. paiN chose to match up against Loud, and I think Loud, yeah, they've just got that magic factor to them. It's the organization, it's not even the players, but the players themselves all have a lot of that clutch factor combined with the Loud magic in playoffs, and that's why there's some hesitancy here. Yes, paiN is the best, undoubtedly right now, but Loud, if there is a team to upset, it could be them.
It really could, it really could. But if we look at the results as well from the regular season, we know that Furia has been one to also face up very strongly against paiN. So we'll see if Loud will actually come up into this position as well. And there's something that I want to talk about, which is a history of paiN and Carioca and how he's sometimes been like always snappy on those mites and getting the objectives, but the other times you're like, what are you doing in the early game? Like, just very uncoordinated. Let's talk about the fact that Carioca got so many MVPs and is the best KDA on paiN today.
Yeah, for sure. Like we said, 5 in the positioning phase, and this split has really felt like his split. Traditionally, Carioca, a player who we get concerned about on certain specific champions. I'm looking at Xinjiao. I'm looking at Vi.
Always the Xinjiao.
Yeah, that one. Literally last split, they had signs telling paiN, please don't pick these champions. Or sorry, last year when Jinkiddo was on the team. They had signs saying like, don't pick Xinjiao, don't pick Vi, don't pick Yone for Jinkiddo. But this split, he's kind of overcome his demons. And like you said, the highest KDA on paiN, the second highest KDA in the entire league, only behind the Samus. Carioca also has the second highest kill participation, so you can really see that he's been the engine driving this paiN team, and Carioca is the oldest serving member now on this paiN gaming roster.
Oh yeah, and that means a lot. It just really means, like, in this case in particular, for the second split of 2025, Carioca might be taking a more shot calling directive role because things are doing much better for them, and specifically for Carioca with the kill participation, which you said can only be achieved if you have a shot calling jungler. So I feel like that is the case, and Carioca really demonstrating that, although you mentioned, RMC, that maybe the old men are a little bit, you know, out the due date, this is not the case for Carioca. He is demonstrating how paiN Gaming can really take it to the next level. But still on paiN Gaming, you talked about Roma, kind of a rookie in tier 1, but still pairing up really well. In this matchup in particular, taiN is one of the most seasoned mid laners, the Brazilian faker, some might say, yourself included sometimes, that just makes this matchup even more interesting.
I mean, that was his title for the longest time. taiN has been playing since 2013 when he made his debut on Kaboom here in Brazil. And that's basically almost at the beginnings of CBLOL. So he's been around pretty much forever. And the fact that he's still playing at a high level, that he is still kind of the gold standard for Brazilian mid laners, I think speaks volumes to his skill. Problem is, this split in particular, taiN's experience has kind of betrayed him. With such a wealth of experience, you'd expect him to have a champion ocean. He's played through so many metas, but he's actually got some of the least unique champions played out of all mid laners. He's 6 out of 9, and I believe that's because of Mago and Grefthar as well, who haven't even played the entire split. So taiN's kind of at the bottom in terms of unique champions played. Sure, he's still playing well if you're looking at his KDA, but his kill participation is a little bit weak, which is not ideal for a mid laner when so much of the game right now is being played through jungle mid as a duo. Romer, on the other hand, kind of a rookie. Yes, he's had some quieter games. Yes, he hasn't been that lane dominant, but he's slotting in really well. He's got the most unique champions played of any player in the league, tied with FNB at 13 unique champions. And that matters because we're in playoffs, so.
Wow.
And we've moved to best of 5s, full fearless, which means champion pool actually matters. On top of that, as much as Romer hasn't passed the eye test, he's actually the biggest damage dealer on this paiN Gaming roster. He's out damaging Titan and Weiser.
That is a feat. That is a very big feat because we know as well that these two players in particular have highlighted Titan a little bit more hinged in the past for red cannons, but now on paiN Gaming for a while, more strategic, more cerebral, and the likes of Wise are always being the steady rock of this team, really showing up when you have Roma, as you said, performing as well as they are. So it's so fun to see that we got this paiN Gaming roster still performing so well without Jinkedo in it. Because Jinkedo has been in that squad for multiple seasons as well. So in this first matchup of Duelo das Multidões, paiN Gaming is on your blue side, Loud is on the red. And we know that this is going to be a banger. Best of 5 for Fearless. Let's go.
Okay, so we're into draft. paiN is on the blue side, and right away you can see they removed the Jax, which is Robo's special champion. It can literally 1v5, has done so against paiN of all teams. The Ahri, which Tinons showed off last week. Heck, he even has the tattoo on his arm of Ahri. The Lucian's a bit of an interesting one. When paiN's on the blue side, Lucian probably one of the highest prio AD carries, but they want to pick something else. Nefria's on the table. She got nerfed. I don't know if she's as high prio. Gwen and Rumble are also available. Both champions Weiser has excelled at.
Yeah, and it's like you mentioned, there is this mid jungle focus that we've been seeing recently as well. And because we have this difference with the Spirit Blossom patches, you only have the 3 Void Grubs, so the pathing is a little bit slower towards that top side, only spawning on 8-minute mark. So these things definitely reflect on how they are playing in the early game. The first B1 here is going to be Gwen. Has been so powerful for many patches now, although nerfed recently as well, still very strong. And now Loud choosing to take the Vi away from Carioca is a very smart play. The Ahri is also not in play, so that would have been the perfect combo. We will always see Vi and Ahri together, but that's not going to be the case for paiN Gaming.
Yeah, if anything, I think the new sort of favorite combo coming through with Vi is Taliyah Vi or Taliyah Pantheon. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Tinons kind of pick up that Taliyah for himself. Romer could potentially lock it himself as well, just to deny it away from Tinons. And keep in mind, again, we mentioned before, it's full Fearless. Once one person has played it, nobody else can play it. So it would be a very effective sort of shadow ban away from this game 1. But instead, paiN, they're kind of going for safety right now. They're hovering the Ezreal for Titan, a champion he's well known for arcane shifting forward on, but it also gives him a lot of agency, and it is, I think, a safe champion to pair with the Gwen, because Gwen doesn't have any peel. So if you're going a composition that has a little bit more agency, a bit more kill threat, but a little bit less CC, then it gives Titan that safety that the rest of the team can now do whatever they want, because Titan doesn't need that front line.
Yeah, and in this case, they're definitely not going for that in particular, because they're going for the potential here support Nico for that extra poke in the bot lane as well, which definitely complements what you just mentioned. I want to talk about as well this Rumble pick for Loud. I think it's so very strong, and definitely orienting that Loud is going to go for this more team fighting focused composition where they can still have good agency on top lane, because Rumble is good on a 1v1, but you also have that potential to really change the pace of a fight, especially 4v4 or 5v5s because of that equalizer. On the same vein, you have the Rel with the Magnet Storm really setting up for your damage dealers. Now, as you said, if we see a Taliyah coming out for Tinons here, it would be interesting, but I don't believe that paiN would let that slide.
Yeah, a bit surprised that we went for the Rel for Loud. As you mentioned, great setup for the Rumble, and they do want sort of that AoE 5v5 Wombo combo. But you're pushing now Tinons pick much later, and we already talked about his smaller champion, which can absolutely be punished. Loud still looking for their AD carry and mid laner, whereas paiN looking for their mid laner and jungle right now. We do see the Xin Zhao taken away. That has been sort of one of the answers we've seen kind of picked up into the likes of a Rumble. And as a way to kind of disengage from Vi coming in, I'd expect to see something like a Maokai as well if you're worried about disengage to come through. paiN's not targeting the mid lane pool. They went for the MF instead. Okay.
Haha. Well, we know that Roots MF is definitely dangerous, and specifically for this combo, when you're looking for front-to-back team fights, it would make a lot of sense. I think that is a clever pick, but still, as you said, Tino's really the person here that you can limit the most effectively because of the size of their pool. Now, on Loud, taking out the Sejuani as well, so all the peel and potential setup here is going to be away. That Maokai is still a possibility for paiN Gaming, but I really want to see a focus now to Tinos from the side of paiN Gaming. They already took out the Misfortune. There aren't many ADCs that are gonna really execute a team fight oriented ult like a Misfortune. So Talia comes through. Okay, I'm breathing normally now.
Yeah, I think Root's a lot harder to pinch out than Tinone's is, so I think it makes sense. And I guess the Misfortune, as you call it, it works fantastically with the Rumble composition. And with the Xin Zhao removed, Xin Zhao sort of one of the big counters people have been using into Misfortune. So perhaps paiN just recognizing that we don't have a great answer to that specific pick. We don't have anybody else who can kind of dive that backline necessarily and make the plays we want to just shut down the Misfortune. So for now, Loud saving counter pick for the mid lane makes sense. They go with the Jhin pick instead against the Ezreal, something we've seen plenty of times and can kind of match hands in lane. It's a good utility pick as well to set up. So there's a lot of engage on the side of Loud. This to me just raises the value of that Maokai pick for Carioca even higher.
And I think it's interesting. You mentioned that 2v2 in the bot lane, specifically the Jhin versus Ezreal. It's kind of similar in regards to how long you need for the cooldown on your Q and how long you need to recharge your fourth shot on the Jhin. So it's kind of similar how much they can throw that firepower in the early game. Galio is going to be the mid lane pick here for the side of paiN Gaming with a potential Lee Sin here. But I would think the Lee Sin is not the call. They go for a Nocturne instead. So you're going to have that access to the backline, which you mentioned, and the Jhin being so immobile like it is a good option.
Yeah, and the Lee Sin would have shocked me. I mean, Carioca was known for his good Lee Sin play in the past, but it's been a hot minute. The Nocturne, I feel like, fulfills a kind of similar role where you're going for a dive, and Loud, they're hovering the Akali. I don't think that's what Tinone wants to pick. It's not really a Tinone's S champion by any means. Okay, I think this makes a lot more sense. Victor being locked in. It's just straight team fight wombo combo for Loud. They need a little bit more damage as well. Both Jhin and Rumble tend to be more bursty in terms of the damage profile. Yes, Jhin is an AD carry, but the reload mechanic makes him much more suited to kind of go through like rotations of cooldowns before, and then he has to wait for those cooldowns effectively, the reload being his auto attack cooldown, if you will. So Victor kind of fits in with that. It's also more burst damage, but Victor I think has a bit more consistent damage with that Chaos Storm. Yeah, paiN don't want to team fight this, but at the same time, with the Galio, with the Nico, some of them are going to be in range for big wombo combos.
Indeed, and like you said, I think it's more about finding these opportunities for paiN Gaming where they can pick people off and utilize the poking damage and pressure that they can have in the bot lane, and how the Gwen can also do pretty well and manage the special like late game split pushes when you guarantee that the other sides of the map are going to be controlled, because the Gwen does that pretty well. You have good rotation across the map because of your paranoia and your hero's entrance with Galio too. So it's an interesting like versatile composition that paiN Gaming has. While on the side of Loud, as you mentioned, RMC is more front to back, focusing on getting that chip damage with Equalizer, with a Chaos Storm, and just guaranteeing that the Jhin is going to be alive throughout the fight. So we'll see how this is gonna go. Game 1 of this best of 5 paiN Gaming versus Loud Esports.
Yeah, and right from the get-go, you can kind of see the sort of difference in ideas. It does feel like Loud drafting, wombo combo is a more old school style of draft, right? The execution on paper is very simple. The activation conditions are very simple, right? Like find some sort of pick, get your wombo combo AoE off, and everybody just dog piles on top of that. Whereas for paiN Gaming, their execution threshold's a little bit higher. They, like we mentioned, have some AoE with the Galio, with the Nico
I love that.
to come through. I like the Loud fans are kind of popping off as well, finding their own way because paiN fans. The paiN Zechis are such a united group, and they have, was it the Valley Follow? Is that what it's called? The hand raising thing?
Oh yeah, no, I forgot how it goes now. That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like they're very united with that. And the Loud fans, on the other hand,
Yes.
like it's been a little bit more split. So I'm glad they're kind of getting the fan clubs kind of getting together a little bit. But back to what I was saying about paiN, they're with the Nocturne and with the Gwen, they have more sort of self agency to make plays happen. But it also puts more weight onto Weiser and Carioca, especially Carioca, because Nocturne is not a champion he's particularly known for, and you don't have Peel. You also don't have the best dive buddies to work with this Nocturne. So you got to find your way onto Tinones, you got to find your way onto Root, and you got to find your own way to stay alive after diving that backline.
Yeah, and that's kind of difficult because we don't see on the side of paiN Gaming that much of a durable front line aside from the Galio, and the Galio is more going to be on that engage front, going with Carioca and just trying to get a good taunt and a knock up while Chitan is trying to guarantee the damage from the backline. So, as we said, it's a little bit tricky and a little more straightforward what Loud has to do in comparison. Going out here for this first game, we have a cross rotation. So on the side of paiN Gaming, we have Carioca going from bot to top and Shini going from top to bottom. Now Redbird just applying some pressure here onto Kuri, because if you just allow yourself to get punished by the Nico being the ranged support, it just really stings in the early game.
Okay, interesting. Roamer living up to his namesake, roaming out from the mid lane, trying to get some vision down, will spot that Shinny actually started at the Raptors, and that's allowing Carioca to get this invade off. Carioca was spotted on a ward though, so you're seeing a ton of pings come down. The big question is whether Shinny can actually answer back and kind of just split the map vertically. Given the pressure that Roamer and Weiser have right now and the way they're pushing up, I think Shinny just gets 3 buff to start this game.
Yeah, that would be pretty good by them, for sure. And as you said here on the bot side, the level 2 power spike, allowing for paiN Gaming to push as much as possible. Carioca stealing now that jungle, and with that, as you mentioned, it's just paiN Gaming in this case, asserting dominance on every lane so far.
Oh, okay. So Carioca's not even going to try and defend his blue. It feels like we are going to get a bit of a vertical jungle. I feel like it's a bit of a missed opportunity, but Shinny, he's not looking at jungle. He's looking for first blood.
Oh, that Fog of War placement is amazing by Shini. Now it's going to be a surprise to Weiser. Still burning down onto Robo, but they are going to get taken down. First blood goes to Robo themselves. What a great gank by Shini. That was beautiful.
Yeah, really well played, recognizing that, hey, I'm behind. Can I actually cross map? Maybe not. I don't have pressure for my lanes, so what do? I get pressure for my lanes, and then maybe they can help me out instead. Weiser having to burn the TP immediately to get back to lane, but let's see what Robo is kind of able to get with his early first blood. Does he... Okay, it's the boots to roam a little bit quicker there with the amp tone, and that should give him enough prio and push, hopefully, to be able to match up. Weiser, though, still has exhaust in his back pocket, so Robo has to pay his respects to that.
Yeah, and it's a great pressure as well that Shini asserted, going out again, because Weiser has gone for that Dark Seal, so if you can just shut them down as quickly as possible, not allowing that item to stack, it would be beautiful. Slow down there. Oh, nice dodge, but it's still a 2v1, and Weiser will not guarantee Robo to be taken down with them, and it's going to be a 2 deaths for the side of paiN Gaming's top laner, while Kuri in the bot side also forced out to use a flash.
And I feel like this is so beneficial for Shinny specifically. Shinny got 3 buffed, technically, on paper, but he didn't, because now he gets those 2 kills up in the top lane. And again, the pressure they're giving makes Carioca hesitate to actually pick up the red buff Titan, hunting for Root.
This is the Titan that we know and love, but this might go sideways if Root can land another W, but we know that that's on cooldown. It's gonna be just Redbird to take him down on a solo kill. Oh man, and no summoner spells for Titan either.
Not gonna lie, I feel like Redbird could have donated that to Root a little bit. Like, the Polaris was already
just
coming
waiting
across
for the W.
right there. Yeah, because Redbird gets so low kill credit on that, right? No assists given to Root.
Yeah.
But I think Root's fine with that, considering that he was getting smashed by Titan in that situation. And Titan, that was a 1v2. Curry had base, and Titan thought he saw the angle.
Yeah, he really thought. It's just something about the Azraels, it's something about the Tristanas. They just want to go forward when their ability sometimes is just supposed to be, you know, for disengage. Now, Roma, living up to this name, going out to the top side, is going to get spotted by their Pixel Bush. So, just placing out a ward on the Tri-Bush themselves, coming back to the mid lane. And so far, pretty equal on CS as well on the mid lane.
Yeah, I think it speaks volumes that paiN, despite screwing up their early game pretty hard, is actually still winning out in their lanes and having CS advantage pretty much across the board. With skillings being pretty decent for them as well, I think they're going to be comfortable with this. But we do have to highlight, it was mistakes. It is questionable decision making. Titan opting for a 1v2 situation, not respecting the CC that Arel can put out. And Weiser, you got caught pushing out the first time without vision, without your jungler nearby. He TPs back into lane and he does the exact same thing again. Like, to me, that's borderline illegal. And for paiN, those are sort of mistakes you can't afford to have, especially against a team like Loud. Loud's early game is not fantastic, and they've been punished by many, many teams. But if they get an early game and they can drag the game to 35 minutes, that's when all bets are off. One team fight can decide the game, and Loud, that's the one sort of area of the game where they've traditionally excelled at.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially because you're talking about a team, like you said, that even though being behind in the early game for Loud can still climb back in the late game, having the pressure here in the early game, that paiN is kind of given for
Yeah.
free. Like you said, with that top lane positioning, Titan just going too much emocionado in the bot lane, too much excitable there. It's something to consider. Now with Drake on the board, going out
Oh.
straight onto Titan once again, and it's an easy kill.
Yeah, and look, you can't really say he overextended necessarily, but he's certainly not paying respects to what a Rel can do. Again, he gets caught off guard by what Redbird can bring to the table, and you could see paiN was rotating towards that dragon initially, but now with a man down, it's going to be Loud able to start this one up, and paiN not even really looking to contest. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, Grubs, there's just one set, and it hasn't spawned yet, so it's free for Loud. They'll be able to get the dragon. I don't know if they'll get in position for the Grubs in time, but I think they can reset and at least contest for one of those 3 Grubs later on.
Absolutely agree, and like we said, there's some vision coming out here on the tri bush, but on the pixel bush, excuse me, but not having the respect, like you said, and being an Ezreal, which you can just arcane shift away. Maybe they're just thinking, oh, I can't escape anything, but just the takedown from the Rel is always so powerful. Carioca is going to go for the Grubs, and as you said, not going to see Loud potentially going for a contest here, as we see Shinny on the bot side of the map, more focusing on clearing now those buffs. As Wiser still chipping out here onto Robo, and just positioning around those Void Grubs, yet still 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, Weiser's been holding this exhaust the entire time. Now that he is level 6, I expect to see a bit more kill threat come through with the needlework. Unfortunately, he's also a level down from those 2 early deaths, so he can't exert his pressure right from the get-go and might instead just be waiting for Carioca to hit 6, get that paranoia. And for Carioca, that level 6 that he just picked up is absolutely critical, because his team has kind of been crumbling around him randomly when Carioca had such a fantastic start to the game with the 3 buff start. And so we talked about how Carioca has been on an MVP streak. This split has been a fantastic split from him. It might come down to him once again to stabilize the situation from paiN and get them back even in the early game.
Yeah, and I'm thinking it might rotate not just around the Carioca, but also around Roma, and the potential of going into the backline, which we just talked about, for Nocturne and Galio together. So if they can make something happen, especially against Dinos, Victor being an immobile champion as they are, it could be a good angle for them. But so far, they still need to be a little bit steady and just try not to make the same very predictable mistakes that they have been doing so far.
Titan walked into the deadly flourish. Like,
They did.
He was kind of fine, and then he actually turned around and was like, yeah, no, I'll take this one for free. To be fair, Deadly Flourish by itself doesn't do a lot of damage. It's when it's the follow-up, when it lands the root. Now, Titan has to be careful. Redbird's in the area, and he's over the wall.
Oh, the Hextech Flash
stun.
again! Yeah, and forcing out the cleanse as well from Chita. It just continues to be a highlight game for Redbird so far.
Yeah, and it's not like Redbird's the jungler. Like, bot lane is normally a 2v2. As an AD carry, you should be used to accounting for this support. But yeah, Redbird just having a fantastic pop-off game, dominating this bot lane, making sure that Titan can't take over. Despite that, though, Titan is still up CS. And I suspect once this tweet from Gruntler goes down, every lane except for top lane is still in a lead for paiN Gaming. So the individual laning mechanics are fine. Them getting out of lane and actually rotating, backing up Carioca, making something else happen has been the issue so far. And now Carioca level 7, I want to see an ult by level 8 latest. So when you've got globals, you got to use them early. The first one's the most impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and Roman's going to get caught off here. Still plenty of people on the side of Loud to follow it up. Kudi is also around. There's the paranoia, just shutting down the lights, forcing Loud to be a little more careful about how they play this. And Redbird will use their ignite onto Kudi, but not going to really follow up with a extra engage.
No, so that's not what I meant when I said use paranoia. You're supposed to strike paranoia into your opponents, not be paranoid yourself. And now Romer catches out Tinones, but there's no follow-up. Why? Because paranoia's already been used.
Already been used. Goodie's already on 50% HP. It just it feels really bad right now, and they didn't have vision on that bush either. Only on the one behind, closer to the scuttle crab. So it's been scrappy. Like I don't know. It just feels like they're playing for the sake of playing so far. I'm not seeing, aside from the side of Carioca really nailing that early game, things have been a little more difficult for them. Now, they are going to be seen here in tower range. Weiser takes damage going out onto Robo. They are on overcharge, so they might be able to get something here, trying to land that fear. Oh, does it connect? It doesn't.
And I've just got a question. Again, decisions being made by paiN. The exhaust for Weiser was available. When Robo was over pushed like that, why did they not exhaust sooner? Get Carioca into the fight, a little bit more damage. It also comes back to lack of paranoia, and now Robo gets to go away. Yes, he burnt Flash, but he's still got teleport. He gets right back to lane. Weiser doesn't have teleport. So that topside play actually backfires, and Weiser might potentially lose minions, might lose CS if Robo wants to TP and just hard shove that.
Exactly, and like you said, it's just a very weird read all around, because not having TP for Weiser, even if they got the kill, there was TP for Robo, so they would be able to come back and just clean out the laning anyways. Now, going out here for the bot side with 14 seconds for the next Drake and Infernal to spawn, which would be definitely a great combo for Loud, already having a hex stack on their pockets. We see that Carioca is pathing here for the bot side. Genos is the one having vision on the bottom river, but nobody to actually follow up. Oh, actually, mid lane is paiN Gaming trying to get that vision back themselves.
Yeah, and Loud, unfortunately, their vision setup was more for the top side earlier, so they didn't have the best vision setup for this dragon. They are strong, though, and Loud knows it. They are up 4-0, and they want to grow this lead as much as they can. The scaling with the Victor is really good, but when you've got the likes of the Rumble as well as the Jhin, your early and mid game is where you really spike. So Loud would love for paiN to walk into them, to challenge them, and look for that 5v5 that their composition is built for.
King Redbird gets spotted. paiN getting that positioning back here on the bot side river. Shini would just start out that blue buff, but maybe forced out to stop it in the middle. Roma has Tino's in vision. There's the paranoia. Trying to go in. Inside the pit they go. Focusing there. And they're going to be on 50% HP. Shini has to force away. And now with the Pop Blossom, 2 men up. Feeling pretty good for paiN Gaming with Weiser in the backline as well. To go on to Tino's themselves with the Hero's Entrance just getting channeled. Gonna force out that flash, but there's no backline damage like you said. And now Weiser is going to be almost get taken down. Look at the Ignite. The potion is enough and they are standing. So it's going to be just 1 kill for the side of paiN Gaming. But they are so low on HP. This becomes just too powerful. The curtain call forcing them even more. Root is there in the bush, so this might still be a contest, but everybody's too low to actually go for it. And paiN Gaming will guarantee the first Drake of their game.
And you know what, Soph? Maybe I've got to take back some of my harsh words. That play from Weiser actually ended up working out because of the TP desynced. He couldn't TP back to lane, so he lost a wave and a half, maybe even 2 waves. And yeah, he lost some plates, but that teleport made all the difference. The lights turning off, and the fact that Weiser wasn't in lane, I think the call from Loud was a little bit late that Gwen was going to show up. And Curry, this man, this monster at Engage, just the tip. Again, he does this every single time. Catches out Tino's, and the moment Tino's gets caught, that's when things should have been over, should have crumbled. If anything, paiN didn't even push hard enough because they split, right? Half of them went for the dive, half of them went for the dragon, and that meant Weiser got put in a really awkward position. Props to paiN for actually surviving it and not losing anybody else on the back end there.
Yeah, that refill for Weiser was absolutely godsend because it was too close for comfort, and that split could have cost again, Weiser getting taken down themselves, which would have been terrible. Plenty of gold that was conquered here by Loud, as we have an engage come now onto Kuri on the top side with Robo and Redbird, but they're going to be all right. But as we were saying, like that early game that could have been paiN Gaming's, just giving out extra gold for absolutely nothing for Loud. 3 kills ahead. They had 300 more gold or 400 more gold in platings as well. I mean, that wasn't necessary from paiN.
Yeah, and because of that, even though paiN does get more kills and gets the dragon, the gold lead actually didn't really shrink. Loud still managed to maintain that 1,000 gold lead they had with Robo picking up the extra CS, picking up the extra plates to boot, and that makes this next fight kind of interesting because paiN now have hit some of their power spikes. I think they're actually in a good position to fight, but Loud might still feel a little bit confident, right? Like they do still have a bit of a gold lead. They can work that number out, and Tino's now sitting in this bot lane tells me that Loud, they don't feel comfortable at the team fight. They're much more rather going to focus on actually getting the feats of strength as well as getting the additional gold in pocket up front, and then maybe try and use that gold advantage. Tino's has not completed significantly his first item yet. I think that's a spike they want to wait for before Loud looks for another fight.
Absolutely, and more of a cooldown time here for Loud, as you say, just going for objectives that can be taken down without really showing your strengths as much or just showing your weaknesses as much, going for team fights yourself. So that was a herald that was secured by paiN Gaming alongside those 3 void grubs. This could be a very interesting push for Wiser in the late game, because we know that even being behind a Gwen can do quite a lot in split push on the late game. Right now, with no objectives on the board, things are just gonna be a little more chill.
Yeah, interesting build from Wiser as well. We've been seeing during the Rod of Ages era, of course, Rod of Ages first build, but Nashor's Tooth is usually sort of the favored first item for Gwen's a lot of time. It gives her much better 1v1 in split push pressure. And we were talking about split push pressure from paiN, especially with the grubs, with the Herald. But running Riftmaker is a team fight build. You're looking to try and get needlework damage across the entirety of Loud, or as many members of Loud as you can. So we might not actually get to see the split push come through from paiN. They might just favor the team fighting the 5v5. And this has been a problem for paiN in the past, where they just kind of always go for team fights, regardless of whether that's the actual win con. This game, it kind of feels like we're going towards that. It hasn't filled them yet. We'll see if it fills them or not today.
Yeah, because as we pointed out, it's something that's kind of counterintuitive, but makes sense with what we know of paiN Gaming. In this case in particular, we might see Roma taking the spot of going for split pushes at a couple of moments and going in with the hero's entrance, especially with the TP as well. Going to the top side with the season assist, focusing on to Wiser. They're gonna get taken down, or are they though? There's double TP coming out as well to help. And now Carioca is gonna grant that kill back, so it becomes a 1-for-2 for Loud's advantage. Crazy rotation there.
Yeah, and that Riftmaker actually coming in clutch. The on the vamp actually kept Wiser up longer than they should have, made the pickup really, really easy. So Loud kind of backfires. They look for the gank in a 1v2 situation. They end up trading 2-for-1. And with that, paiN, closing the gap a little bit. Tinone's dancing around Romer, spacing really well, but Romer finally gets onto him, is actually able to trade back at least pretty much even.
Okay, yeah, just correcting there. It was 2 kills for paiN, 1 for Loud. My mistake. So, again, like, this is something that just boggles me every time. paiN Gaming, Loud. It feels like they're going for one certain style of play because of how the game's going, because of how the objectives are going, and then they just... And then Loud, usually not that great in early game, ends up getting great advantage and then just drops it on a dive. Just straight before a Drake as well, so guaranteeing that extra push for the top laner. In this case, again, like we said, leaving Roma more to that split push and having Wiser closer to the team fight would benefit them for that more team fight oriented style. 50% already on this Drake, as Loud is just shredding it down. paiN is not going to be able to contest it and decide just to give it away for the moment, while top side, it's top tier 1 taken down. Can they take it before the Herald? Oh, that would have been much better, but it's okay. They're still gonna get the second charge here, or at least the attempt of a second charge, going out to tier 2, and they managed to do it.
Yeah, Carricker just brute forcing that with the spell shield from Nocturne. Knew he was kind of safe, going to chunk 50% health off that inner turret, and really good call from Loud. They saw Carioca and Romer already use their globals and pressure up top, the teleport from Romer being used instead of Hero's Entrance. So they know that, hey, we've got numbers advantage on the bot side. They're still pushing top. We'll just go for the dragon. And paiN are okay to give it over. It's only second Drake. If it's Soul itself, then I understand that paiN probably don't want to give that over, especially something like an Ocean Soul that can potentially tick up and be an annoyance for a more bursty composition like we're seeing both teams run. But second Drake, yeah, paiN just want the immediate gold. They want to catch up, and they've done just that, which makes the next couple of fights so that much more interesting. Because once the gold catches up, that's when the match of the multitudes really starts to kick off. Because as you pointed out, these two teams, for some odd reason, regardless of the composition, it comes down to team fights. And maybe it's a match of the multitudes. It's not just a multitude of fans, it's a multitude of players. They just want to group up, have the numbers, and try and make magic happen.
Yeah, and the numbers are definitely to advantage of Bo. Loud in the top lane, but bot side is all about paiN Gaming. Very nice pop-up here. Almost guaranteeing a shutdown to Titan from a distance. But Carioca takes it in the end. Very nice setup. But on the other side, Loud also trading it back with their top tier 1, but they're not going to take Roma in the process.
Yeah, punch for punch. And obviously turret's worth a little bit more gold than a kill. But the objective of Atakan, that's going to make a big difference. And paiN have the numbers advantage. Wiser is walking up in this lane, will be able to rejoin the rest of the team. Loud, I don't know if they can contest this. Root might just try for the Hail Mary with the curtain call. Oh, paiN actually backed off completely. Surprising.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's kind of, I don't know, we kind of feel like there's enough damage to take the Atacon, and then all of a sudden it's just like constantly at 50% and it doesn't go down from 50%. There's just something about the Atacon that's just so tanky, really just giving us this false impression that you can take it down as quickly as you want it, but like you said, it could have been paiN's. They back off. They were worried about the big team fight, and they give this objective basically freely to Loud, and they say, well, thank you very much. Would you like a tip with that?
Loud should be tipping paiN for that.
Yeah.
In what world are we? And that was the problem. I did think paiN had enough damage. Loud had enough damage to take it. paiN can match them right now. I don't understand why they backed off, and the way they backed off as well, they didn't even leave any sort of vision. They saw Ridbert clearing everything out, and they just kind of went, okay, bet. You know what? We want a closer game. Here, we'll give you Atacon as well. That could really come back and hurt paiN. And this is the magic that happens, the madness that happens in this matchup. This is why, even when paiN crushed the regular season, when it comes time to playoffs, when they're facing up against Loud, all bets are off.
They are. They really are. And we have no idea. Last year, we used to do predictions, and it was always all over the place. RMC, you remember how that went. Now, here in the mid lane, you have the cooldown available for Paranoia, for Carioca, just waiting in the trenches for a good angle, as Loud is very fiercely trying to take down this mid tier 1, and with no objectives on the board, you got to be a little more directive of what you want to do so that you don't give any advantages away. They have split up so far, so it might be a opening here for paiN to at least chunk this tower to 50%.
Okay, so I'm going to take some time to talk about things that might not matter, because we already said these two teams just want a team fight regardless of compositions. But technically, on paper, the way these comps should operate is Loud will struggle to push, right? Their composition is made for the wombo combo. It's made for the big team fights. They don't have a lot of good siege to actually push into these turrets. And if they try and siege, they're overextending, especially into the likes of a Paranoia Heroes Entrance combo that you've preached earlier this game. paiN, on the other hand, with double globals, with a Gwen, should be better at the split push. When you're not team fighting, paiN should be able to push up on the side lanes. We'll see if that's able to come through. So far, we've seen the weakness of Loud's composition not being able to push when there's not a team fight, when they don't have a numbers advantage. We've not seen the strength of paiN's composition outside of the team fights.
And it's sad because, like we said, the Gwen can just do so well on the split push, but that's not how they are going to play about this. But we'll see when they can connect here with a good Paranoia, a good Pop Blossom from Kuri that we know can happen. A 1v1 though happening between top lane as the Paranoia to force out the Flash here, going straight onto Robo, might be able to take him down. There we go. And there's as well the ult from Ezreal that can connect from onto Root. What a nice taunt too by Roma, forcing out Loud, and Chitai is gonna just cane shift into the fight while Redbird falls to their demise. Looking good. A 3, or actually 2 for 0 for paiN Gaming, and a Drake to boot.
Ask and they shall deliver. We're just questioning paiN's ability to actually execute their composition, especially in the side lane split push. And Wiser, Nash's Tooth finally picked up, dominating the 1v1, and that's what kicked off this action. And that early dragon they gave over, it's perfectly fine. They just wanted to buy more time. They'll get that. And we get to see the Wiser Robo fight that happened off screen, that started off screen. Up to this point, Robo's actually winning the 1v1s, but with the Nash's Tooth, Wiser able to pick that up, and the immediate collapse. The Dragon Pit ended up really hurting Loud because they get split. Shinny and Ridbert are completely on the wrong parts of the map. Ridbert kind of gets locked down, and Root and Tinon, the two squishies, didn't have any frontline. Robo was already dead. Shinny took a long time to get there. And the paiN fans...
You gotta love the paiN fans.
You know what? It's all that suppressed excitement that they couldn't pop off before this. Because before this, it was really close. This feels like the first significant lead this game.
Oh, and it's looking like it might become another one as well. Paranoia into the back line with the ult as well, chunking it down, but Root is not going to go down himself with the curtain call just to get some damage for Loud. But they're going in with Roma getting a nice taunt, still pushing out. 2 players are going to go down on the side of Loud as they are still trying to get some mob from paiN Gaming because Titan is standing so they can guarantee the kills from a distance. Looking like another one, and it's 4 kills for paiN Gaming for 1 for Loud.
Complete
wipe. Actually an ace.
Yeah, because Root didn't get away either. The Duskbringer came across from Karaoke, and it felt like Loud got lost in the sauce. Too many sprites, too much animations, and their members just weren't able to track all the damage that was raining down. And now paiN, we said, got their first significant lead. They want to make that lead the final nail in the coffin. The kills in the mid lane rotate onto Baron immediately. And paiN, once they get this Baron, we already said, without objectives, without team fights, they're the scarier team. Now imagine what they can do with the Baron, and this kicks off with Karaoke, the big MVP of this paiN Gaming roster, diving in solo. No hero's entrance to back him up. He just managed to force out Root and the other damage that came through to keep everybody low. Shinny just getting barely tagged by taiN at the end. I'm still not quite sure what took him out. And then Tinones overstepping, trying to chase with that Chaos Storm onto Titan, not respecting what Roamer and Karaoke can do, because Tinones has been kiting so well this game. I feel like he didn't know the burst damage that a Gallo could actually do when he actually gets to stick on top of you, and this time Roamer gets to do just that.
And to add as well, RMC, that was like two very good moments. You asked, how did Shinny get taken down? It was actually Roamer with one of his abilities that took him down. And the other part of the fight that actually really made it for me, it wasn't just the fact that Karaoke pushed Root back on his zone, is the fact that when he went in, he had the perfect spell shield to counter Redbud going in from with that rel. So it just allowing that split second for Karaoke to really create some space in the team fight was everything. And we know that paiN Gaming having a lead now with Baron, with the Void Grubs, and all that they have been building so far is looking mighty good. Tier 2 was taken down, going for Tier 3. You got Roamer in the mid lane too, so this 1-4 formation can continue to push for inhibitors.
Yeah, this is when the double globals really start to shine, because normally if you have one global, you go 4-1 and you're one separate. Karaoke diving in again with Curry!
With Goody as well, the Pop Blossom is absolutely huge, pushing out as well with that Robo is gonna pop that stopwatch just to survive a little bit longer. Might be the way they come out of this fight alive. No, it's not. Triple kill for Chita and an inhibitor as well.
I was caught off guard by that, Soph. I did not expect Karaoke to just go that ham under a turret, no less, but it caught Loud, I feel like, equally off guard, and paiN knew they were strong enough to brute force that, take the turret while under literal fire from Root's curtain call, and they'll find an inner turret, both mid and bot. They'll find the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor in the bot lane as well. A ton of pressure, and paiN, wow, what a mid-game. What an explosive mid-game. They have not let their foot off the gas whatsoever since they found their first lead.
Yeah, it was that one moment and they just became a whole different team, and actually a whole different team, very similar to the paiN Gaming that we know when we're talking about these playoffs and the moments that really matter. And this is just the game one of a best of 5, so they really want to start off this series in a good note. If they can take this one, it would be so advantageous as well. So let's have a look at that replay because it was beautiful, RMC.
Yeah, and Curry just following up, zero hesitation. We've harped so much on how good Curry's Nico is. He felt like the first guy to really bring that into the main spotlight in Brazil, and he continues being able to do that. Unfortunately as well, this replay normally comes with comms from the players, but unfortunately we don't have that on our feed, so we can't hear what they were saying. But just look at how calm and composed they were with that play. It caught me off guard. Like, I wasn't expecting Karaoke to go in, but obviously for paiN Gaming, they knew it was coming. There was no hesitation. It looked very, very practiced, and they were instantly following up right from the get-go. Great comms.
That's huge. It's just so huge. And like you said, pointing out the just calmness expression on their faces, just how focused they are in this game and how ready they are to keep on pushing. 3 Drakes and a soul point for paiN Gaming, now feeling very durable with that Ocean Soul on the horizon for Roma, for Wiser, for Carioca even. So we can see them continuing to push. There's no Baron buff anymore, but we know that they have not just the team fight with how they have been playing, but just what we have been highlighting all along, they have the split push too.
Yeah, and the dive they pulled in the bot lane, they can do that again even without Baron buff. Now, it will be hard to take the turret, but they should be able to get the kills. And with how clean that first dive was, the second dive should be easier, if anything else. Sure, you might end up giving bounties if you execute it wrong, but I think taking down an inhibitor might be worth that. So the other thing I kind of want to highlight too is you're talking about for paiN, you know, the way they kind of pulled that off so cleanly, so calm, so collected. But for these players as well, the Lao paiN rivalry has been on the minds of a lot of these players for a long time. I think the only one who's kind of not steeped in it is Romer. Heck, even Shinny is kind of involved in it. While Shinny has been in pseudo-retirement the last couple of years and only really came back last year, he's been very vocal on social media, on streams, making fun of paiN. He's one of paiN's biggest haters, and it's hilarious. But he's always been on the loud side of things, and now he's actually on the Rift. So for him to not be having a good game, 1-4-3 on this Vi, it's going to suck for him as much as it sucks for Robo, for paiNones, for Root, for Redbird, these players who have been in the rivalry for such a long time. And as for paiN, Karaoke, I feel like this year has been good for him. The split has been great for him. And he's been the whipping boy. When Loud was dominating those 7 straight playoff wins that we saw on that graphic, Karaoke was blamed for a lot of those losses. And in my opinion, unjustly so. So for him to be the trigger pull, to be the one making these plays in this series, I think is more than just, hey, we're winning a playoff series. It's we're winning against Loud, and I'm the star of the show.
Oh yeah, 4-0-6 on this Nocturne is absolutely crazy. 700 gold bounty on his head. Romer as well, performing really well with a lot of kill participation so far in the match. Now two teams facing each other here in the Loud side jungle, trying to clear out some vision. But it's very well secured right now, so they gotta just go through the lanes at this point. We got 8 seconds for Baron, so very justifiable why we are on this side of the map as well. Roma is still trying to get people away from this jungle, and Chita just continuing to push the mid lane. You always have the True Shot Barrage to push in. Now with the Paranoia going in as well, Wiser will start out. Oh, look at that Hero's Entrance as well. That could just push them away, and it is the case. It's just crazy talk for paiN Gaming because they have so much damage. You don't even need to have the huge Pop Blossom on 3 members. It's all right as you can continue on pushing forward. There's one player that goes down on the side of paiN Gaming, but it's still going to be a ace for them, and they can push for the end.
Yeah, with Titan up, with Wiser up, they have more than enough ability to just auto attack down these turrets. Titan still trying to get into the base, a little bit behind, but that is the end of game 1. So, and what an explosive game from paiN. Look, we can criticize the early game. I think that's fair. We can criticize a lot of the errors they made, the decision making that kind of lost Wiser and Titan early prio. But when paiN get a lead, when paiN start playing the way they want to play, it shows why they're the best team in the region.
And it really shows how we can analyze the logics from the composition, from the draft, from the itemization. And when you see them actually playing, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, as soon as they pulled that trigger, the team fights just became literal chaos for Loud. They just couldn't get Root in a good position to get peeled. They couldn't really protect him in any way. The way that the Nocturne goes in with the Paranoia and having the spell shield to counteract Redbird on the Rel is just the split second. Carioca had it every single time. And then the Hero's Entrance, even if it doesn't get the knockup, the Pop Blossom, even if it doesn't get the knockup, you're still just pushing and zoning people away and separating Loud and splitting their efforts, leaving Root and Tino's even more isolated.
Yeah, and if you're running, you're not auto-attacking, and I feel like that was kind of the secret for paiN's success. They correctly identified that for Loud, the biggest damage dealer on that team is Root. He's not the most spectacular in lane. His solo kill count might not be the highest. He's an AD carry, for goodness sakes. But his sustained damage in teamfights has always been sort of the fallback that Loud has. And you could see every single teamfight, Curry, Karaoke, heck, even Wiser, that last fight, they were just diving, trying to take out that Jhin. And I really like the Ezreal pick for Titan because it gives him agency. I think Loud needs to give some agency to Root as well. Either that or give him more peel. Because Redbird was not sitting back and protecting. He was going in. Shinny was going in. And that just meant that paiNones and Root were just kind of up crap creek with no pedal.
Yeah, and we're talking about a best of 5 as well with full Fearless. So the picks that we saw right now, not going to happen anymore in this series. Which means the Rel, which has been the most picked support like ever for 2 years in a row already out of the competition. You're not going to have Kuri on the Nico, so you're going to have different styles in the bot lane, but we know that other things can apply pressure as well, like a Varus. Having that with a Karma would be something that goes more for that early game of poke focused in the bot lane for Chita, or Root, if we're talking about more agency for Loud's ADC as well. So there's plenty of things that can change. Now, RMC, for this loss on Loud's side, do you think they did anything particularly wrong?
honestly, I don't really feel like they mess up too much. I'd like to see them be a bit more proactive with the lead they had. But beyond that, I think they played the early game well, and it was really more just paiN knowing how to execute a little bit better. And yeah, it allowed just the old man hands not being quite able to match up. Now going to game 2, Loud will have side selection. I wonder if we see them go for blue side and kind of go for some priority picks. I don't even necessarily know what's going to be fantastic for them. I feel like Neferi is one of the strong picks. She's kind of banned out. I know Nidalee top has risen to priority. Maybe Robo could do something with that. I don't feel like the current meta really favors them too much, and I don't know what the priority pick necessarily would be for Loud. But that's the thing, that they've got some time in this break to think about, and to think about how they're going to approach game 2 and find a unique way to give themselves a win condition they can actually execute on.
Yeah, exactly. Because it doesn't matter what was drafted in Junior Champion Select. paiN Gaming showed that they can really just be versatile about how they play, and that's something that we mentioned before the game, and they actually made it happen during the game. So we're gonna go into a quick break while we get things ready for game 2. So stay tuned for more paiN Gaming and Loud on this best of 5 on the playoffs of LTA South. Welcome back, everybody, to the LTA South, where we are covering paiN Gaming and Loud's second game of this best of 5 of playoffs. I'm still SophChan, he's still RMC, and things started a little bit weird, but then paiN Gaming just said, activate, and they just destroyed it.
It's literally just a one fight around Dragon, and it just completely snowballed from there. In fact, if we can pull out the post-game scores with the gold differentials, I think we'll see that in the gold graph, the way it just took off like an absolute rocket when they found some sort of lead. And this is the paiN that you want to see. This is a paiN that could potentially perform at an international level if they fix their early game. But at least they had macro, and I think that was the biggest complaint that people were having after last week.
It's true. It's true, MC. And looking here on the números da partida, matches numbers, we got plenty of damage on Titan, 25.3 thousand. And the gold feeling very healthy as well on the 12,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and you can see on the gold graph, right? Like around that, was that 24-minute mark? paiN just had a small lead, and then it just very quickly ballooned out of there, right? I wish the scale was bigger, but yeah, no, it's just that clean, right? That is an 11,000 gold differential that just came in and absolutely just wiped the floor with Loud. And you look at Loud, you look at their damage numbers. Tinones, I think, had a fine game. Robo actually out-damaged Wiser, but they just couldn't find anything after the early game. They got 2 early dragons, 2 early turrets, and that was kind of it.
I'm a little bit concerned about Shini's presence in this game in particular. I don't know, it feels like after 2 dives attempts, the Vi wasn't really connecting as well as they wanted, considering they had a composition all focused on front to back engage, especially with the rel as well. It's a little bit counterintuitive. And although it felt like Loud was doing pretty well in the early game, in spite of Carioca's great 3 buff rotation there, we see in the graph that it was just about like 1,000 all throughout the early to the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and that with that comes my concern for Loud, that they did kind of the right things in the early game, but they weren't able to snowball. And I feel like they need that X factor, that chaos factor, something that can break the stranglehold that paiN has. And it's got to be Robo. We're looking at that. I know that in previous weeks they've said that, okay, Loud always plays the Robo. We know this. But we saw that Robo was the one winning lane in that game, out damage, and you can see that individually as well. Sure, KDA, Wiser is better. Wiser has always been the rock of paiN Gaming, super stable, great team player. But you look at individual stats, and Robo leads not just top laners, but the entire league when it comes to gold difference of 15. He's still a great laner. He's first among top laners for solo kills. He's got double-digit solo kills. Like, this man can turn a game, and most importantly, Soph, man has 7 titles, the most in all of Brazil.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is the magic maker. This is who Loud needs to turn to when their backs are up against the wall.
And it's the aura, right? It's all about the aura that Robo has. And like you said, it's not just the 7 titles. It's them acknowledging that they need to give the advantage to top lane. And they kind of did. There were 2 kills for Robo at a game on that Gwen. And the problem, like you said, was not being able to snowball as much as they needed to, considering that they had a composition that has to go towards team fights. And as soon as they notice, wait, hold on, paiN is going team fights themselves? Excuse me? Wait, they are actually isolating our ADC and mid laner just as easily? How do we come back? And then paiN Gaming just gave them no time to really rethink. So that was the moment to rethink. Going into the second draft of the series, we already have that focus on the mid lane from the side of Loud, who have chosen blue side with the Yone, Jace, and Talia bans.
Yeah, and the Jax, we already talked about, the Varus, and Nautilus is a bit surprising. So they're targeting out Redbird a little bit, and that gives Root the ability to pick the Lucian, a champion that he's done well. And I remember when Root first entered the league, and I remember the game against B-Boy specifically, where he just broke B-Boy's mental with Lucian. So, yeah, it's been a while. Root hasn't had to get to play too many Lucian games. He's played 3 this split, but it's such an incredibly strong champion. Now, this reaction from paiN shocks me, because Lucian goes great with Nami.
Okay.
Lucian goes great with other supports. Who does Nami work with in terms of AD carries? It's only Lucian. Who else do you pair with this half-dead fish?
Maybe an Ashe? I wouldn't think that would be bad. You got like the volley, not the volley. The Q is giving more attack speed. So if you have the extra attack speed with the E buff and the Corki, the I mean, that has to be flex, right?
Yeah,
The
Romer
Corki
does play
doesn't work
Corki.
with the Nami.
No, he
Yeah,
doesn't. That would be shocking. And Titan's Corki has not filled me with much hope. That's it. paiN does get screwy in drafts sometimes when they have leads. I'm hoping that's a Romer Corki. We'll see where it goes. Definitely a flex for now. And this is what I'm talking about with Lucian, right? Lucian can pair with those engaged supports. They changed the way his double tap kind of works, and he gets his passive off of the CC as well. You can pair him with the Milio for additional range as well as a lot of safety. If you want an enchanter still for the team, and picking up the enchanter, I feel like it is a good pick because Tin Owns can also then go sustain damage like the Azir and enjoy the buffs from those enchanters. So case in point, Loud is already set up for really good success. Now paiN, I'd love to see them take the Sejuani away and then ban out the Maokai Skarner. Basically take away things that Shinny can kind of engage on. Xin Zhao is also an option, so it does feel like no matter what, Loud are gonna get their front line that they need.
Yeah, this is interesting. Oh, well, we're looking at the Xin Zhao for Carioca, which is it like we say, it makes sense. It just gives you a sour taste in the mouth. It is gonna be the pick, but I'm still thinking about this Corki in particular. Like, what was the reasoning behind this? Considering that, I don't know. Like, are you really saying that this is a flex pick? Because, like you said, Chitan not really that big of a Corki player themselves. It would be Roma, so I don't know exactly what was the plan in this draft. More than just trying to get the second pick for Wiser in particular, the second runner picks for Wiser, and especially the ADC who we're going to see in the end. But also, if you leave it for the second round of picks, you also leave yourself susceptible to 2 more bans. So a little bit questionable.
And I guess the flex is what they kind of want. I just wonder if this is an odd reaction to just kind of slamming that Nami to deny it away from Lucian. We'll see how it works out. For now, paiN looking like they need a top laner and either an AD carry or mid lane. I'm not really sure how that works out, and I think a lot of it will depend on the top lane pick as well. If they want sort of another AD carry marksman and put Corki in the mid lane, then they're going to need a bit more magic damage to come through from the top side. As for Loud, what they want's a little bit more obvious. It's on the top side of the map. It's top lane. It's jungle. And sure enough, we see Sejuani Maokai being banned away. The Xin Zhao's been picked, and to me, that feels like Shinny Skarner. Like, it's got to be some sort of tanky front line.
It has to be. It has to be. And from the triad of champions that we have already banned because of the Fearless, with the Nocturne, with the Vi, and you having the Xin Zhao on the board, you gotta go for something like that, considering that Maokai and Sejuani are off the table. So we have the last ban here for over Zera for the side of Loud, alongside that Ari just really pinching on Roma, and really thinking that this Corki is going to the hands of Titan. So... and it kind of feels like it is. Oh, good God.
Yep, that's kind of scary because Kali is not a Wiser champion. I don't think Wiser's ever actually played a Kali in the top side. Whereas Romer, that is a champion who I think he's played in NACL, if I remember correctly, not here in the LTA South. But yeah, good Xerath ban. I think that's a good adaptation. Annie into the Lucian Azir Milio. I don't like this at all, Soph. That's very questionable for me. I think Annie is a great pick right now, especially against things like Ari, mobile champions who want to run around, Akali, stuff like that. But Annie has traditionally struggled into champions who can deal with her linearly, which is even why the Ari matchup can get a little bit dicey in lane, into an Azir, a Milio who can fire kick you away, and a Lucian who's just going to dump a culling into you if you don't flash in. paiN is playing this game on hell mode.
Yeah. Like, the fire on Annie's hands is definitely the fire that they're feeling themselves from. The Skarner, which you mentioned, is going to be the pick for Shinny on the side of Loud. And I agree with you. And on top of, you're talking about, like, the biggest engage and just playable option on Annie being the Tibbers. And then you got Milio to just cleanse it around as well. And just, like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know, just playing it into your own counter. Purposefully. Who knows? We'll see how this is going to work. Oh, right. That option, which we mentioned, we talked about that Robo and Wiser specifically, and how Robo can have that X factor. The Renekton is a great pick for him in particular, not just because it's a staple of champion for him, but also as a way the Renekton plays can have a little more agency. And I feel like that is a great option. Now, I've seen recently Annie and Shen games going out in Europe, but I don't think that this is going to be the case. It just feels like a just kind of disjointed composition for paiN. And again, they're still going for like heavy slam onto the wall CC, when you still have the Milio, I don't know, man, and the repositioning from Lucian, the repositioning from Azir, the Emperor's Divide that can just throw you out and just waste the Mega Gnar time. I don't know, man.
I don't either. I'm still trying to figure this one out. Like, I get the Gnar pick. It is sort of the traditional Gnar Renekton handshake matchup that happens, and especially since Prowler's Claw was removed. I remember back when Prowler's Claw was in the game, that was when Robo was crushing it on Renekton because he had ways to gap close onto ranged champions, and that was the era where he was known for Renekton, Jax, and Olaf. Now, Olaf is no longer meta. Renekton doesn't have as easy a gap closer. Gnar can space out. So the Gnar makes sense to me. The Xin Zhao, though... I don't know. Like you said, I'm looking at the paiN composition as a whole, and I'm not quite sure how it's supposed to operate. It just was like individually kind of strong champions, maybe lanes that you can try and individually win out. But team fight wise, just trying to play into Loud, the way you're gap closing, the sort of flank angles you can look for, they're very, very limited. You're trying to play front to back against a composition that excels at it, and your comp is only decent at it. Tell you what, though, if paiN wins this game, it might just be a 3-0 at the point, because if paiN can win with this comp, then they are just better.
Yeah, like they are just better, yeah. It's crazy because is what we highlighted from playing in the previous game, having something that would make sense in the draft and then going into the game and just pulling something different, but still very well executed. In this case in particular, we're looking at the draft and thinking, I don't know, man. I don't know, this is a little weird. Like you said, it kind of feels like every lane is just playing individually and not really thinking about the bigger picture of late game and the 5v5s. But let's see, getting into game 2 and into the Rift, we got the paiN Gaming fans dominating this arena. Gotta love to see it. The Tradicionais just feeling really confident about being 1-0 up in the series. But RMC, that was something a little bit, I don't know, animated about the early game. Carioca getting the mirror matchup with the not mirror matchup, the mirror rotation in the jungle, but then getting completely dunked on by Shinny with the ganks in the top lane. What do you think is going to be different here, especially for Carioca in the Xin Zhao?
Well, what I'm hoping will be different is that we don't see Titan take some bad 1v2 trades, that we don't see Wiser get shut down right from the get-go and punished for overextending. The problem is I can kind of see it happening with the champions that they have, so we'll see how it goes. To be fair, Curry shouldn't be roaming as much this game. And Roamer, are they trying to cheese the level 1 with the Incinerate?
It's very possible. Very possible. They have the stun. They have the 2 skins matching for ADC and support, so that's a buff, for sure.
Sorry, I am not familiar with skins. Is there a skin line that both... Is it Corki and Nami?
No, they are not the same skin line.
Oh, okay,
they just look very similar.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, nowadays I feel like there's so many skins
scheme.
that like skins from different lines can still match up, and I just get so confused now. Like over in the LCP and in LP, actually not the LPL, but in LCP, they have 1v1s to side selection, and it is based on theme. So in Split 1, it was the Noxus theme, or one of the Noxus skin lines, and then here in Split 2, you can only pick champions with a 1v1 from the Spirit Blossom skin line.
Well, that's fun. That's really fun.
Yeah.
Well, Spirit Blossom to me is one of my favorite skin lines, so that makes quite a lot of sense. Ooh. Is that really indicating? I love that graphic. I've been away from LTA for a while, haven't I? We have a Hextech Drake soaring the skies of Summoner's Rift.
That's just a Kia
first
ad.
It's the game.
We got baited by that.
It's
a Kia EV line. Yeah, we got baited by that in
Oh, it's
person.
the Kia ad? No!
Yeah. It's a cool ad. I'll give them that.
I thought it was... It is. Man, I thought it was just a predict on the Drake. That would have been really fun.
It would be, but it would also warp the game so much if you knew exactly what Drake was coming up and how you'd want to play for it. It is going to be a Mountain Drake to start, so there's still.
I mean, might have been just for spectator. That would have been cool. Maybe it was just for spectators. You know?
True.
You know?
That is
would be
potentially
fun.
Yeah.
That'd be fun for casters. We
might
are
yet be.
casters, so that would be fun. maybe it will. We'll see. We got big push in here coming from paiN Gaming, and interestingly enough, though, because I feel like this bot lane is a little disjointed with Nami and Corki. They just don't feel like they match up and blend as well as the Lucian and the Milio do, but that's fine. On the top side, Wiser still doing well, being a ranged champion there. Carioca rotating and pushing to the top side alongside Shinny doing the same thing. It feels like Carioca is going to get there much sooner. Going for a hop, getting the damage, the 3 auto attacks, stepping out.
Wow.
There we go! With a flash, Carioca taking the first blood here, not leaving any space for Shini to rotate to top lane.
Yeah, it was getting kind of close. I think Weiser might have been able to hit Mega and therefore have been safe, but Carioca did not want to take that risk, and I respect that. Flashing in to immediately punish. Now Roamer is extending up real far. Great flash over the wall, but Shini's still chasing.
Yeah, flash for a flash, and that's the damage from Tino. Is Roamer gonna go down? Okay, yeah. Like, I mean, if you got the range with the soldiers, then you're pretty good. Good rotate here by Shini, matching out the early 1-for-1 kill.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see if you're allowed, right? Like, Tinones can be a big carry, especially on comfort champions like Azir, and that is a great skilling pickup as well. Titan trading with Root in this bot lane.
Huh, wow. Forcing enough to... No, actually, that wasn't a shield. Well, barrier was already used.
Yeah.
Interesting. We didn't see that happen. Right. Carioca was around, really forcing that this enemy bot lane is gonna be going for a reset themselves, although Shini is around. The not force onto the reset is just Redbird.
And with the ward, Titan and Curry should know that Shini's coming. I say that because last game they should have known Redbird was coming multiple times and Titan still got caught. But they should be fine. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe the Nami takeaway wasn't a mistake. So maybe it is a prepared counter to the Lucian. They give them the Lucian, you split it with the Nami, you don't have that strong level 2, level 3 burst, or not quite as strong. I mean, still good with Milio, but it's more about persistent poke and outrange with Milio than it is about the all-in potential that the Nami Lucian has as a duo. And Corki kind of out of meta because of his range, right? Like later on, mid-game, late game, it's hard for him to play around these fights, but the burst damage he has is really high, especially early on. Curry just being interrupted. And the laughing brawl from Redbird. That just feels good. But yeah, Titan, Corki, the Corki pick might just be so that, hey, we can win out this early game against the Lucian come mid-game as well. We will always have more damage, and it just becomes a battle of range at that point. And maybe that's the idea behind the Xinjiao as well, to get you into range with that Crescent Guard to be that front line.
Yeah, that's very possible. And if you get them into range as well, you go, oh, wait, hold on a minute. That's the Emperor's Divide, throwing Roamer on the other side of the map. And Carioca is not going to be able to cross that wall of soldiers. No. Yet another kill here in the mid lane. Now this one for Tinons.
And this is very worrying. Azir is not actually that strong a laning champion. He's a very safe laning champion, but his kill threat shouldn't be that high until he really completes the Nash's Tooth, or at least the first item. But this is the issue about the Annie that we were concerned about. She's very linear and she runs at you. So she's playing well within Azir range, and Tino is getting kind of pretty much free poke, hits the 6, gets the streamer shuffle immediately with Shini's help, and without the flash, Roamer was a sitting duck. Flash is back up for Roamer, and he is 6, so maybe we get to see some sort of gank come through, some sort of play. But yeah, you can see, just as easy as you please, level 6, just get the streamer shuffle off and you're dead to rights. Roamer didn't even bother using the tibers. His stun, unfortunately, I think got used onto Tinones on that engage initially, so he didn't have the AoE engage to stop Shini running him down as well.
Yeah, and it wouldn't even matter. The damage coming by Tinones was already enough, and they were pretty much low on health. And with 2 kills, now 2 deaths actually to Roma, it just feels like this Annie, again, too linear to how you want to play this in the mid lane. Going out to the bot side, Kudi from 50% HP, not gonna lend that bubble, not even forcing out a dash from Root. Still positioning pretty aggressively, knowing that there was a presence from Shini in the mid lane, and they have vision across the river, that they should be safe. They still gotta be very careful considering the mistakes they made early game last game.
Yeah, and so far, Titan hasn't been making those mistakes. He's getting the same CS lead he did last time as well, growing that lead. I just fear for paiN that a lead of CS like this is maybe not enough. We talked about how Roamer's getting set behind, so you might not have that burst damage, and so Weiser and Titan will have to pick up the slack in terms of being actually able to contribute in teamfight, especially sustained damage. And so far, Weiser's dead even. Robo's doing a fantastic job in the melee versus range matchup. And Titan, can he find a kill here?
Maybe. Oh, what a dodge, Redbird. Excuse me. That was a beautiful read on the bubble. And the answer is no kill, RMC. Not at the moment. And like you said, like, I've been loving Robo in the top lane and how they have been managing that against the ranged champion like Nah. And considering we are on the 8-minute mark, we have the Void Grabs on the board. Carioca is on that side of the map, so we might see a split attention from both junglers here, as Shini is still here on the bot lane. And no mana for Root. means that you're not. Ooh, okay, maybe something here. You don't have enough damage, so it's not gonna be a kill, but definitely forcing them back to base.
Yeah, Ribbert had heal as well, so no real kill threat there. And it's worth noting Titan hasn't actually completed his first even component item. Like, I don't consider tier a component item. I know ability stuff, but there's no combat stats. You're just stacking that. So Titan's already dominating that without any additional combat stats. Worth noting as well was that paiN did pick up Mountain Drake. We didn't talk about it, but that's off the pressure that Titan and Curry got. So not gold advantage, but something that will build Roamer, just pushing out Titan to buy space for Karioka and Weiser. And they'll be able to get 2 of the grubs, but they will not overextend for the 3rd one.
Yeah, it's something you would need to be a little bit careful about in these early game just rotations in general. And it's been different. I feel like the pace of this match has been very different. Of course, you have different styles of junglers compared to the Vi, which you had in the last game. Not the Vi, the Nocturne. But this game in particular, things are feeling much more lane focused within their own lanes. We're not seeing Roma roam as much. We're not seeing Redbird roam as much. So things are a little more focused on their lanes, kind of really showing how much you can get out of the CS advantage, how much you can get out of positioning advantage, out of plating, and all the resources that you can get in these lanes.
Yeah, and I feel like this is more the early game that I would have expected to see between these two teams, right? When both these teams like to scale up, like to go for the team fights, the early game is not necessarily their strongest point. A lot of paiN's leads just come straight up from being better 1v1, better 2v2. Karioka, this split has not been the foremost ganker necessarily. He does like to play for objectives, which I do think is the better way to play the game. Objectives win you games. Not kills. Look at Fury and Leviathan. But when we kind of look at that, yeah, this is what I expected. And until we start to go for the bigger objectives, things like the Herald, like Atakan, like maybe 3rd Drake, when we start seeing the team fights come through, I think that's the action points. That's when things are going to explode and be actually entertaining to watch rather than this sort of back and forth trading. I mean, this is fun to watch too in its own way, but the kill threat just isn't there.
It really isn't. And you got 2 very important healers there on the bot side. Although Robo...
Oh, what?
That was a slice and a dice for the ages. Was that a Brocco press the attack? That might have been.
It
because that
must
was
have
so
been.
much damage.
Yeah, and you can tell that Weiser didn't think he was going to go down either. He had flash the entire time, and he had... Yeah, he looked like he had a decent chunk of health, and Mininar just got melted. Robo doing Robo things. This is why we highlighted the top lane matchup, because for Loud, if the magic's going to happen, it's going to start in the top lane, and it feels like Robo getting that solo kill. That is a fantastic start for him. That's how Robo starts to become paiN's nightmare.
Oh yeah, forcing out a TP there from Weiser, coming back to lane. They get the plating as well there, Robo, so extra gold, feeling pretty good, around 10, 13 CS ahead as well. A finished item too, so this Renekton is definitely very strong. We got Karioka, who just reset here in the bot lane, and there's no, well actually there is some vision. Let's look at this replay for the start, because Weiser was full HP RMC.
Yeah, and the thing is just that Weiser didn't recognize that Robo was there, and that's the way the melee range matchup goes. As long as melee can get in range, they win that. Impale lands onto Curry.
Oh, wow. It just feels like Loud really has a buff right now when they just have a chunk of damage on a couple of these attacks, which you don't expect. Goody was busted down, but it was a big resource. Speaking of them, Flash with the Tibbers as well. Red, but also forced the Flash to get away and will push the Tibbers away. And because they're low in HP, paiN Gaming will have priority for the Drake.
I don't know if paiN's strong enough to do it. They blew everything to pretty much try and find that pick onto Ripper, and Ripper blew everything to survive, but he did survive. And Titan, most notably, out of mana, half health on a short range AD carry, that gets kind of dicey. Shinny kind of fancies his odds, but unless I see Root and Ripper backing him up, that's not safe.
Absolutely not. Goody is going to be there to help as well, but they're going to trade a Drake for a first brick on the top lane. Now with extra gold there for both Tinones and Robo, will feel really good of a trade for Loud at the moment. But still, let's have a look at that again, because it was really fast.
Shinny was just kind of going for the gank, Titan able to kite around, but Curry just didn't have any good way to get out. Nami doesn't have any inherent mobility, burnt the flash, burnt the heal, wasn't quite able to find anything, and that's what gave Loud sort of that pressure on that bot lane, which kind of allowed them to survive. The roamer roamed down to the bot lane and the gank. Dragon did go the way of paiN, but feats of strength to Loud as Loud picks up first brick, and now Robo is unleashed onto the rest of the map. I don't feel like Robo is like full menace status yet necessarily. I think Weiser was still fairly even, so Robo probably won't be a huge problem for everyone else, but it's good to see Loud be able to get Robo out there, and Robo and Shinny as a duo is where I'm looking at to try and get leads, get kills, and snowball the rest of the lanes a little bit more.
Yeah, and in this game in particular, I feel like the composition really benefits there for Loud. With the Renekton and the Skarner, you have great setup for the Renekton, and then the damage is really coming through, as we know that Robo has built a very healthy lead at the moment. But I'm thinking about the Skarner. Hold on. Let's talk about it in a little bit, because Redbird's getting chunked. They're not going to be taken down at this point. I was just going to highlight here, the importance that Shinny has had in this game compared to last one is really night and day.
Yeah, I mean, 3 KP, highest on his team, 75% kill participation. The one kill not that he didn't participate in was Robo just solo killing Weiser. So, yeah, and this is how Shinny plays, right? Shinny is sort of the engager for the team. When Loud is doing well, he will do well. When Loud loses, he's going to look absolutely terrible, though, because he's the first one in. And unfortunately, if he's the first one out, it's usually going to be in a body bag. Shinny, good use of the Hex Gates to get out of danger, though, and he wants to re-engage.
Oh, okay, they get the impel, but there's the tidal wave as well from Kuri, knocking them up into the air.
Body bag.
That kind of, yeah, the body bag, there we go. Unfortunately, that for Shinny, just showing the example of what RMC just said. And it felt like they got kind of stuck in the Atakan pit there.
Yeah. Yeah, and on top of that too, I just think Loud as a whole, this has been a struggle that they've been having ever since Croc has left the region. With Wiz, with Shinny, it just doesn't feel like they're always on the same page. Tinons often wants to just kind of survive. Curry not able to land the bubble out of Fog of War. Tinons able to sidestep that beautifully. And that's the thing with Tinons, right? Tinons has good KDA because he doesn't die very often. He's very good at positioning himself, and he doesn't like high-risk plays. That's also why he has low kill participation. And on a team with Shinny, that's not a good look. It tells you that Shinny and Tinons, they just don't quite connect. And right here, you can see the call. Go in, go in, go in. Redbird's more than happy to follow. But the moment the tidal wave came out, Tinons is just kind of stepping away, right? Like, he didn't step up immediately. And Karaoke with the Crescent Guard just does not care if Tinons is not willing to throw his body in there, not willing to get the Emperor's Divide, to disengage and reset the fight.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate that the timing for Loud, they could have at least gotten a 1-for-1 trade on that, but it wasn't. Now, following up on that, it was the Herald secured by Loud themselves, which could be very interesting, especially to guarantee even more of a lead to Robo in the top lane. We'll see if that's going to be the case, or if we're going to see the usual going into the mid lane, trying to get a Drake diversion. Yeah, 1.5 minutes as well for the third Drake of the game to spawn. They're gonna go win 50% HP, pay, and they're continuing. Oh, nice engage as well that comes out by Cody.
Beautiful.
Going for Sheeny, but they're not gonna get taken down very close, so but Redbird manages to keep them healthy. Roma is also around with the Tibbers plus the stun, but they're not going to really commit into anything as the fight fizzles out.
And I feel like that play right there is precisely why you don't see pro players always kind of just hopping into the Herald. Oh, Robo taking a lot of damage. He has flash. The lane isn't that long. He's got an outer turret, but Titan's getting in there.
Feels good. Feels good for paiN at this point. Forcing out a flash might just be enough. Goody not going to land the bubble, so they're not going to commit further. They could have tried to get the tower aggro onto Tibbers and continue with the dive, but they're just going to be safe about it. Still very much good damage coming by Roma at this point with that Malignance and the Mask as well.
Like, it looks good for paiN to be able to kind of set that up, but you see the turrets following, right? You see Root just pushing up bot lane, and this, or mid lane, pardon me, and this is how Loud has traditionally operated when they've been at their best, which is Robo does Robo things, wins the 1v1, and then Robo forces other teams to send extra resources into the bot lane, and then he laughs away, laughing, spamming emotes, while the rest of the team takes your base, right? Even this top side, Tinon shoves the wave in. Thankfully, Wise is able to respond top side, but they still lost mid lane. And if Robo can keep this pressure up for another 10 minutes, Loud will be in fantastic position. They're already at a 2.3k gold lead as Dragon spawns. Root, did he get caught? Okay, he's fine.
Close. Really close, really close. Forcing out that culling as well. will chunk to 50% there on Titan, but Quiddy still has the good healing. Romo's going to get caught, forced to use the Tibbers on just one person. Robo is on 50% as well, but they are not really in position to kind of reclaim this. Wiser still on the bot side of this river as they're trying to understand what's the best way to engage. Titan has to be careful. There's no huge disengage with that Tibbers. There's a TP coming out by Roma themselves as they're coming back into the fight with the Tibbers. Now Loud has started the Drake too. Not really going to commit that much damage this far. Just waiting for the Drake to chunk paiN Gaming themselves down. A couple of cooldowns still up. This is tricky.
Yeah, Wiser still trying to stack that Meganar, not quite in position yet. Tibbers is zoning, but now Tibbers is down. Robo has Dominus ready to go. He's looking for the flag, but Tinones gets chunked first.
Ooh,
Carioca.
okay, with the cleanse as well. Carioca in a terrible position. He's going to get impaled, but it's going to be Shinny who guarantees that Drake. Still going on forward for Roma as they are going to escape, but Carioca unfortunately paying for his life on that push, and that perfect impale timing to deny this might as well. Very nicely done by Shinny. Oh, we have a re-engage. Wiser gets them onto the wall with another bubble setup, but they don't have the damage. Tinos goes in, trying to get a good shuffle angle, but there's Roma, and it's huge. Tibbers play continuing as well. The Malignus is just the best item in the world. Now Robo will continue pushing, forcing that flash from Red, but because the extra movement speed on the shield will get you. You can run, but you cannot hide. And now Redbud is the last one surviving.
And what was that turn of events? So like out of nowhere, Loud played the dragon fight so well. The patience, they were holding all their abilities. And then they just went diving deep into paiN's jungle, and that's where everything went wrong. So we get to see the patience that we were talking about from Loud, right? They're not burning anything. Carioca goes in and immediately Shinny punish. And that's huge because Wiser was supposed to follow up. Wiser didn't have Meganar quite in position yet, and Carioca didn't want the engage. He just overstepped. Shinny pulls the trigger. They get the dragon clean, and I want to highlight that Robo has Dominus this entire time because Robo doesn't get to use Dominus. The CC chain comes through, and he was thinking, okay, maybe I can get a bit more. Roamer over the wall just absolutely melts him. And the moment that Tibbers drops, you can see Loud going, oh crap, guys. We're flanked. Roamer's low on health. So what? We have no health to answer back with. And with that, paiN equalized the game. I'm scared. So because in game one, that fight was all paiN needed to get the smallest of leads and the biggest of snowballs. Now this fight, they don't quite get a lead, but they've basically put themselves on even footing, and I think they've put a bit of fear into Loud.
And I have to say, the comment that somebody posted there on Twitter, ooh, culling you here, just hold that thought. Your thumb might get chunked completely. Having to force the heal from Quiddy as well. Roma's still bursting down on Tinos. Could have been something more, but the rest of the squad was a little bit far away. Just nothing really happening here. Just finishing up what I was mentioning. The Twitter post was exactly what you said, RMC. It was somebody saying, we're going to let you throw the first fist, but we're going to end you in the end. And that's what paiN Gaming has been doing. Robo escaping through a Hextech gate, and we're fine for the moment.
Now, while that is the sentiment that we're expressing right now, it is worth noting that if you always aim for the counter, there's a chance you get knocked out before you get a punch back. And I do think Loud has played a fantastic early game so far around the objectives. And paiN has played a much cleaner early game. So props to Loud for actually kind of generating their own leads, and it's not unforced errors from paiN. If they can continue doing that, being the first punch means that if they don't overextend, if they don't kind of int a little bit by overchasing, they could still regenerate those leads again. And the skilling for Loud, while not the greatest, is still good enough to match paiN. And more importantly, the composition, I think, answers very well into paiN. So Loud just need to slow things down a little bit, play the patient game again. Don't get too hyphy. I know that I kind of said like Tinones and Shinny aren't always on the same page, but I think Tinones' page is probably the right chapter to be in the second game.
Oh, absolutely. There's something also about Root and how having the 2 items completed and now going for a third. As soon as you play it slowly, okay, just getting a quick stun, no damage onto Shinny, very tanky right now. But like we were saying, the fact that Root can just chunk down Roma and Chita as much as they can with the culling is also something that they need to be working around, so that when they go in with the Emperor's Divide, the enemy is already on half HP.
Yeah, and the way they're chunking too, because we're seeing Romer chunk Tinones, it's not the same. Romer has to ambush Tinones. Root just looks at Titan and just presses R. Like, he just brute
Yeah.
forces a lot of that. It's so much easier for Root to get that poke down, and unless Carioca is ready and standing in front of them, that damage is going to stick, even on the likes of Weiser, even the likes of Curry.
1 minute for the next Drake to spawn. Potential soul point for paiN Gaming. And the Atacon also on the board, but we know how things were a little confusing again around the Atacon. Oh, look at that again. The damage that Root can do, but going in with Carioca as well. Might be able to match it up. Shinny will pull him in with the Impale, and Carioca is down, forced into Tinones. And now Kuri is gonna flash away so that the fish doesn't turn into sushi. Oh, but Loud looking at these moments and understanding when they can just pick up the scraps.
Yeah, it's good patient play, and it's not even Loud who pulled the trigger. It was paiN who pulled the trigger and absolutely instantly regretted it. Loud were just able to collapse SophChan, and now Weiser is desperately trying to answer. TP from Roamer up there as well. If they can find Tinones, it'll be good, but yeah, they're going to be able to pick up Atacon for Loud. 2 kills and Atacon for 2 turrets. The math on that's kind of iffy. I don't really know who actually wins out. I think both teams are going to be happy with that trade.
Yeah, it's true. It's kind of even, and you have the Drake close around as well, has spawned, so it could be something useful for Loud here, but they also got to be careful about the reset timers for Carioca, and we're looking at the replay again, like you said. Actually, it kind of felt like it was from both sides. They just looked at each other and started. Didn't feel like anybody really pulled the trigger first. It was just like, oh, you're in front of me. You're going to take a punch.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because Titan's been bullied out so much by the culling, he thought he saw the angle with Carioca, and I agree. Xinjiao Corki, better than Lucian Milio, right? You've got the level advantage as well. It should be a nice, easy pickup. But the rest of Loud were just able to collapse in that much faster, and Robo with the Renekton, again, gap closing, covering so much distance, able to just find Titan, punish them as well. Now, the unfortunately portraits on the sides are broken. Carioca and Titan have indeed respawned. In fact, they're sitting in the mid lane right now.
That got me so confused at one point as well.
There we go. There's
I was
the
like,
reset.
oh, Carioca's... Oh, yeah. Carioca is coming back, potentially getting the Drake, and I was like, wait, is he dead? No, he's not dead. Wait, what?
He's
yeah,
beyond the
stuff.
grave. He's coming back in.
Yeah.
He's smiting from the... He's Scion, you know? Like, he's dead, but he's still alive.
He's just Scion. Yeah. Maybe one of Yorik's minions, something like that. In the meantime, we saw that paiN Gaming also guaranteed the soul point for themselves too. So Atacon taken by Loud, Drake for paiN Gaming, and now with the Baron on the board as well, we know that the attention is going to be focused more towards the top side of the map. And we saw Roamer as well pushing the wave up there after they took that tier 2.
Now, I'm pretty sure Loud has a gold lead, probably about 1,000 and a little bit more, maybe. But paiN have shown this game that they are not willing to back off. Their composition does not play defensively, unfortunately. It has to go in. The range is fairly short. The only sort of champion who is more than happy to play backwards is Curry on Nami. And even then, Curry as a player doesn't like to play backwards. He's always posturing forward, looking for the pick. So this Baron fight could be really interesting. And if you're Loud, you've been very successful so far with playing on paiN's impatience, and I'd like to see them do that more. Robo on the split push right now. I think he can still handle Weiser. That's a big question. As long as Robo can handle Weiser, Loud can take their time. The moment Weiser starts to win out on that split push, if that does happen, then that's when Loud have to start being a little bit more proactive, and they can't just sit back and wait for paiN anymore. They've got to be the ones looking for engages onto that back line.
Exactly, and try to profit from the Renekton in a way that's actually going to get them any resources and any advantages on a team fight for sure. Because we haven't seen that much from Robo in regards to team fight so far, but we saw that fantastic engage from Weiser on the bottom jungle as well. That really turned the tides and kind of felt like the second breath of life that could come through. Root is just really taking that proactive route, which you mentioned, and that feels like it could be the way that Loud is going to play towards this Baron.
Yeah, Weiser looking for a flank in the mid lane as Robo is down bot. Some of the stats are back, and yeah, we've got our overlays back. So the top side stats, hopefully. Yeah, I'm waiting for like the gold differential to start showing up. That will probably take a little bit longer, but this is the basic overlay. That's the important part. Robo pushing up on the side lane again. Weiser was looking for a flank, wasn't able to find it. So time lost by paiN, a turret lost by paiN.
Oh, okay. Just as much pressure that Shinny can do, forcing out the tide away from Kuri. Now, that 1v1 that we mentioned could be happening here on the bot side, but it's not going to be the case. Robo still doing pretty well in shoving the lane and having the TP available. and almost available for Wiser as well. Would be good timing for the rejoined reposition on the Baron, but Hoodie has rejoined as well, still on cooldown on that tidal wave, as Loud is trying to take the vision away from paiN Gaming in their own jungle, successfully doing so at the moment. Both mid lanes are going to see each other with the chunk that Roma can do. Will definitely force Tinones, and there's little cooldown as well for Roma on that Tibbers.
And you know what? Huge props to Roamer. We said it's a lot more difficult for Roamer to chunk Tinones than it is for Rit to chunk Titan, but Roamer's been able to consistently find bushes.
No, they're fine. They're fine. Literally just auto attacks.
It's fine. Curry's healing himself. See, Curry's back to full health. It's okay. If you don't kill the fish comes back. Karaoke, I think, is taking more damage from this Baron than Curry ended up finally ended up net taking from the Lucian. So it's okay. But yeah, I think Roman's been doing a fantastic job finding Tinones in a lot of these chunks. And as you mentioned with the Malignants, the cooldown on Summon Tibbers is pretty low. I want to see paiN be able to capitalize that a little bit more, right? Like, if you see Roamer in a bush, if Karaoke was there, if Titan was there, maybe they get the kill, and maybe that numbers advantage is all they need to actually win a fight. Because 7-5 right now, paiN's won one team fight this game, and that's been it so far. We are almost 30 minutes in, and these teams are struggling to find the 5v5s.
They really are, and it's again counterintuitive to the compositions that they have. But we know as well that this matchup in particular, paiN and Loud, always brings new things to the table. Now with the Drake spawning in potentially 10 seconds, Carioca will get pushed out of that bush. Oh, they're gonna find Robo here, getting really chunked down, forced to have the Milio to use the shielding and the healing. Now good angle. Oh, but they don't have the stun, so it's just gonna be the damage and the potential electrocute to chunk it down as well. But so far, nobody really engaging on that really good layer of CC.
Yeah, no, I think the stun went through. It's just Redbird was fast fingers and made it look as if the stun didn't even come through. Really well played from him. Tibbers healing back up, though, is able to tank things up. And Curry, I don't like that positioning, man. You can't be in front when you're that squishy. Titan gets caught.
Exactly. Oh, but Romo is the first one to get taken down as well. Romo gets a kill, but they're now pushing with Tinones, and they have the soldiers. Beautiful stopwatch. We'll guarantee that Tinones is still going to be safe. And the numbers are very low on the HP bar for paiN Gaming, so they have to give this Drake away. And then it's going to be 2 hex stacks for Loud. Again, the patience that Loud is performing in this game is beautiful.
And despite the lead Loud had approaching that dragon fight, it was more critical for Loud to win that dragon fight. That was Hex Soul for paiN if they were able to pick it up, whereas for Loud, it's only second Drake. paiN can afford to let that go. The fight, though, does tell a lot. The fact that Titan got caught out with flash up is huge. And trading Robo for Titan, if you're Loud, you do that any day of the week. Like, you've got Tinones, you've got Root to be able to carry the rest of the fight. Shinny is still massive frontline, whereas once Titan's down, the sustained damage for paiN just wasn't there. Like, Wiser is your Nick's best bet, and even then, he is not really an AD carry. He's still more of a ranged bruiser, if you will. All our overlays are back up just in time for the Baron Dons at 31 minutes, just shy right now. Curry gets his base interrupted again. A lot of interruptions this game to bases.
Very true. Oh, and with Cullings as well. And as you have been saying, just the trigger on Redbird has been insane. I just noticed it myself with the ults. Ooh, going out into very dangerous territory, pulling out the Impale, and Carioca's gonna go down. No jungler for paiN Gaming means that Loud has an opening to go for Baron.
No jungler, no main primary tank. And Wiser, unfortunately, is not even close to going Mega. So they can't even approach this Baron right now till Wiser starts charging.
Maybe they have an angle. Still trying to fix the overlays. I think we're good for the moment. Loud is very much close to taking this one down. Ooh. They have Shinny with the smite, and they're going to be okay. Titan is forced to use the Valkyrie over the wall, but Robo with a huge flank, and now Curry is going to get killed. Wiser in between 5 players. Even if you knock them onto a wall, there's no escape. 3 members down at paiN, and Loud gets the Baron.
And now they're just going to go barreling down the mid lane. Death timers, 50 seconds for Wiser, but everybody else, because the fight was so distinct and extended, paiN should have everybody else coming up shortly. 20 seconds on Curry. Now the big question, though, is can they hold? It looks like they're just getting pushed out completely, and if Loud do this fast enough, I don't think they can end, but they might be able to get some Nexus turrets on the back end of this.
Inhibitor for sure. While on the top side, Robo is also taking down that tier 2 very easily. Still need a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds to get somebody to defend that one. Oh, actually going to go for a upgraded reset there with the Baron. I don't know. I kind of feel like Robo could have taken that tower, but they want to play it slowly, and I appreciate that. So let's have a look at this one again, because personally, was that much to talk about in this one? It was just Loud just really doing well.
I mean, 620 health did kind of get a little bit low. paiN, you can feel the desperation in this play. And considering they only had 3 members there, especially so. Like, Roamer is not anywhere nearby, unfortunately. And I feel like that has been kind of the story of paiN, is Roamer is not there. Everybody else is still trying to make plays. And Loud fans rejoice. I mean, we've seen the paiN fans be very, very passionate. But that was when they were kind of even score. Loud is 0-1 right now in the series. Yeah, it's a best of 5. But Loud needs to punch back. They don't want to be trying to do reverse sweeps. Historically, yes, there have been some. But... you know, between paiN and Loud, the first reverse sweep ever, if I recall correctly, was actually paiN against Loud back in the days when Robo and Tinones was on paiN, and it was Dinkedo on the other side on Loud who got reverse swept back in 2021. So reverse sweeps get kind of dicey, but you don't want to have to rely on them, you know?
Yeah, absolutely not. And we know, like, you mentioned how Tinones was definitely, like, one of the main weapons here for Loud. Barut has been just really finding every single opportunity to use a good culling, going straight forward. Wiza is getting punished, but going out for Robo as Roma is around. Shinny, though, is still there, could get a good impale onto Roma. That bubble is not going to connect from Kuri. Titan pushing forward. What are you doing? Excuse me. And we know the damage the Root has. That's the Tippers going in, and Roma is forced to use that stopwatch themselves, and they're going to get killed. There's nothing for paiN Gaming to do. They tried to maybe be aggressive, but there was no place for them to do so.
And this might be the death knell. Seeing Roamer go down like that is a massive issue. Robo TPing back in already with Tinones. They're ready to go for that final push. And without Roamer, do they have the engage tools they need? Are they able to find any sort of fight?
Maybe. Titan chunked down here on Tinones. Oh, nice knock up with the Crescent Guard as well. Trying to push in. There's another kill, but it goes on to Cody. Loud is feeling pretty good. It's a GG's just waiting to happen. Robo will definitely chunk that tower down. Oh. Emperor's Divide actually not getting connected. It just, I don't know, maybe humility and a clown face. Okay, we're going to just stick the Hextech Gate out.
Yeah, and no, I think the moment paiN survived that sort of initial dive, they were kind of good to go because Shinny was the main tank. He was dead. Robo's dominance ran out, and that meant they didn't have a front line. Tinones was taking an absolute beating on the side. Karaoke with the Crescent Guard just able to suck all the damage in and survive it. And that gave space for Titan, for Wiser to be able to repel them. paiN, though, their base is an absolute shambles. And now, in the past, they could afford to give a Dragon over. They could afford to give a Baron over. They don't have that leeway. They are down 7,500 gold. They are staring down the face of a 4-Dragon Hextech Soul. Loud would run them down at their leisure if they got that particular soul. And even with giving up the next Baron, they can't afford that. Again, their base is in shambles. They're living on one Nexus turret right now. The other one will take some time to respawn. And sure, they've got turrets topside. But mid, bot, those are wide open lanes for Loud to just crash right through.
Yeah, and the only opening that paiN Gaming has to really defend their own base is now when Tinones and Robo don't have that TP available. As soon as that spell is up, that would be chaos. And Loud really wants to go for a finish game right now. Shinny goes in through the wall, just focusing on the red buff at the moment. Wiza will find Roots, but they are the ones that get damaged themselves. You know, there's still 1 minute for the Baron to respawn.
Yeah, and there are supers pushing into the base. So paiN keeps having to reset. They can't actually get out to the Baron and establish the proper vision line, not just at the Baron, but to even approach the Baron. So paiN have to walk into Fog of War time and time again. And Loud can just set up ambushes. It's their choice which bush they want to sit in. Shinny just running through that inner turret, and it's enough.
Whoa!
Time to get swept up.
Whoa! Yeah, Tinones goes in with the Emperor's Divide. The Swift is there. Carioca's going to go down themselves. Only 3 members still standing. Roma will get pushed in by that Impale. Now pushing as well. It's no man's land. Loud will wipe paiN Gaming out of the board and take this second game of the best of 5, leaving them on a 1-1 in the series. Now Loud finally really turning on that switch, which we mentioned that paiN Gaming did in the last game, is making this a fair competitive match.
And see, so it's this rivalry that has taught me that, look, paiN might break records, they might break games, but paiN versus Loud, that breaks minds. You can keep your stats. Brazil has always loved their magic instead. And this is why I also didn't have paiN, the full paiN roster, as my LTA fantasy points, because I knew this would happen. I knew Loud would do something crazy and weird. And hey, props to Loud, right? They got the composition they wanted, they played really well. I think a lot of what paiN did this game is correctable. I think the draft was kind of wonky. I think the way they played was kind of wonky as a whole as well. You could see a lot of the hesitation. And look, maybe I do have to re-evaluate how the Corki Nami lane works and if that might be a counter to Lucian Milio in lane, but out of lane, that duo didn't work whatsoever.
Yeah, I was literally going to mention exactly the same thing, RMC. It just felt like the mid game, there was nothing the Corki could do. The culling was out damaging and out ranging because you got like the rockets, one rocket, wait a little bit, another rocket, and then you got the boosted rocket. In the meantime, culling just completely chunked you down, and there wasn't so much that Kuri could do, or actually, there wasn't just as much as Kuri could do with healing. And every single time that Shinny just saw that face, or actually that paiN saw Shinny's face, Kuri was like, tidal wave, you're not getting close. Yep. As soon as the tidal wave is passed, Shinny goes in, it didn't make a difference. So it felt like there wasn't that much protection. Like you said, the draft was a little wonky with the Corki. To me, the main issue was the Corki. I don't feel like Roma played particularly bad on the Annie. There were a couple of opportunities that felt like it worked really well, but it's just a limitation of the champion. You go in with a burst, you either take him down, or you set up with a good CC. You're not going to really 100-0 anybody unless they are a squishy.
No, and with that game down, so with the Fearless draft as well, quite a few strong champions are taken out, right? Lucian, we talked about being the premier AD carry on the patch. He's not available. Skarner being taken out means we've got two tank junglers left, Maokai and Sejuani. You can ban them out in second phase, as we saw in that game. Annie being taken away, Xin Zhao being taken away as well, are two champions as well who have a lot of meta utility. So yeah, the game is being shaped out, the series is being shaped out, and let's not forget, it is a best of 5. So with the 1-1 scoreline, so we are guaranteed at least 4 games today, if not a full 5. 2 more on the docket. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to see how these coaches, how these teams adapt to the draft and to all the champions slowly being removed.
Yeah, and so will I. And I hope that you guys are expecting as well that this is going to be an incredible match with still at least more games to be played, like our MC mentioned. So stay tuned. We're going to be back in just a little bit for more LTA South and Loud versus paiN Gaming. Welcome back to the LTA South as we're getting ready for the game 3 of Loud versus paiN Gaming. We're in a 1-1 scoreline, and we know that having Fearless draft really makes things change a bit when we're talking about long series.
Yeah, but I feel like before we start looking at game 3, so we should probably look back at game 2 a little bit to see how we kind of got into this situation and how Loud were able to punch back a little bit, because I think the post-game numbers are kind of interesting. The Corki, as much as we kind of criticize it for Titan, still did manage to do quite a bit of damage, so paiN managing to spread out their damage, and as well as tinoN's played, and as much of a distraction as Robo proved to be, it was really the Root show. Give him a carry, and surprise, surprise, he carries.
Well, would you look at that? And to be fair, it was a fair strategy from paiN Gaming to take away the Nami, to have that combo be slightly less successful. But Root on his own evolution can ditch out to 42,000.9 thousand damage. So we know that Root was the game changer in this game in particular. And there were a couple of things about the draft in paiN Gaming that felt a little bit confusing. Although that was the case, we still see that Titan was doing damage, just not as explosive as Roma. And that leads us as well to what we have coming next, which is the champion pool shrinks so much with Fearless Draft RMC that when you have a player like tinoN's that kind of feels like has a smaller pool compared to the rest of the league recently, maybe this is going to be the point where Roma can shine.
Yeah, and you can see the sort of champions that both of these players like to play. Romer has played 13 unique champions, tinoN's has played 9 unique champions, and I feel like the shared pool is really where tinoN's has excelled. The Ahri, Azir, the Taliyah, the Rise, those are the champions that he's done best on and played, I think, a little bit more frequently here in Split 2, but already Azir is off the table. And what was super interesting to me was in game 2, it was Loud who banned Ahri and Taliyah, and part of me wonders how much of that is because they didn't want to play against it, and how much of that is to try and preserve tinoN's champion pool so that he has options going into game 3, game 4, game 5 as well. Going to game 3, I want to see paiN on blue side and early picking some of the champions. Blind pick that Ahri if you have to, pinch out the other champions and put tinoN's on less comfortable champions, on champions that maybe are not as meta, like his Cassiopeia, like his Syndra.
Absolutely. And I feel like you're spot on, right? It's not just about banning the champion so that you're not playing against it in the Fearless. It's about saving that pick so that you can have it later on in the draft. So in this case in particular, we know how powerful the Taliyah can be, so I really want to see that or the Ahri, as you mentioned, coming out from paiN Gaming. But I kind of feel like Loud is still going to maintain the bans on these champions, at least for the moment, until we get to game 4, because game 4 is the moment where you have a match point, right? You either get it to game 5 or you just wrap it up, because we're 1-1 in this series. So it's really going to force it out. I want to ask you about this game and the fact that Roma chose the Annie specifically. We don't think that he played badly at all. There were some good picks from the Annie, but I just feel like maybe the composition just didn't favor it that much.
Yeah, and I wonder if maybe that's a tool to kind of remove the Annie away and then first pick Ahri, right? Because Annie right now is one of the good answers into Ahri. You can see paiN has opted for blue side as we expected, especially in these best of 5s as they run further and further on. And they are not banning any mid laners, right? They went with the Jax ban, the MF ban, and Ashe ban, which I think is interesting that they banned Misfortune, because I do feel like that's a carry that Root can't really carry on solo. It relies on his team, so you'd want Root on that. Whereas Loud, they're going with the Yone ban because Romer's Yone is scary, and then they're just taking away the Varus Kalista. A lot of sort of early game agency champions taken away in the bot side, champions that can swing the early to mid game. And if you do want to blind the Ahri now for paiN, it does mean that Taliyah will probably be the counter coming out on the other side. It's been traditionally a bit more of an even matchup, but I do favor the Taliyah side of it.
Yeah, me too. I feel like there's a little bit of an edge to the range that you have.
Let's go.
Yeah,
okay.
Tell me more about it, because I feel like This makes no sense to me.
I keep forgetting Caitlyn exists because she's actually strong in the meta. Her range is absolutely massive. She's very oppressive in the laning phase, and a lot of 2025 has been about getting that bot lane dominance in the 2v2 situation and then transferring that lead across the map. So yeah, Caitlyn, there's no real great answer into her, right? Like normally you'd be running something like an Ashe or a Jhin. Well, guess what? Ashe is banned, Jin's been played. So yeah, no good answer whatsoever. Loud have to find an alternative. The Sejuani is, or tanks in general, is one way to deal with Caitlyn because her auto attack damage is fairly low. She doesn't necessarily build AD right from the get-go, but when Caitlyn hits 6 items, she will be able to do that anyways. And we've seen Titan carry games with Caitlyn, late game 6 item Caitlyn, where he will step up and he will literally initiate with his face.
Yeah, so true. You just have the range for it. Ooh, an interesting matchup that we know it can happen with the Jinx and the Caitlyn. It's just how you have a little bit versatility with Caitlyn and the fish bones, or going for your Pow Pow. You have just Caitlyn is just aiming at your face with the ult, with the Aizna and you're like, how about rocket in your face? So like there is some speed to the Jinx that makes a lot of sense. There's the in-game mini game where Jinx is just trying to get away from Caitlyn, which is pretty cute. But you were talking about like answers to it. I totally forgot the Jinx was a thing.
Yeah, and that's a very interesting answer because you're not going to be able to match her in lane, right? That's all about scaling late game team fight ability and just being able to do more later on. So bold choice by Loud, especially when the games so far have not been going super late. It feels like the mid game has been the most decisive moments, and Jinx on 2 items probably still isn't as strong as Caitlyn on 2 items. We'll have to kind of see though. Maybe she's relying on the arcane buff where Jinx did win out in arcane after all. Now mid lane is not picked for either side, so it is jungle and AD carries, and then for paiN they went with Jace most likely in the top lane. Roamer has played it mid though, so a bit of a flex. And we've seen Loud kind of go for that support role instead, and we're already seeing Talia being removed by paiN Gaming. They know they've got the flex option. Do they ban the Ahri as well? I do feel like Ahri is somebody who could mess up the Lilia, Jace, and Caitlyn, and I'm curious to see what sort of answers can come through. Maokai is still available if you need a tank. Oh, actually, pardon me, they've already picked Lilia, so there won't be a tank there. Top side, you've still got Sion, you've still got Ornn for Wiser, who is a player who historically has been able to play these tanks to a high level in Brazil.
Yeah, and the final ban here for the side of Loud is that Lux that pairs really well with the Caitlyn early game to get that extra poke coming in. And we know that those together in the late game as well can just guarantee a big amount of burst, and not exactly the huge part coming from the Caitlyn, but definitely coming from the final spark on the Lux. As you said, Talia and Ahri are going to be the last few bans for paiN Gaming, and I feel like that's the safest route.
Yeah, they really want to put Tinones in something uncomfortable. If he wants a comfort pick champion, Ryze is still available, but Ryze would struggle into the likes of a Caitlyn and Jace who outrange him. Well, Jace going to melee form will be in range, but Lilia and Jace in melee range would absolutely wreck him. So Loud for now, looking for mid and top. Their solo lanes to come through. Aatrox for Robo. That's certainly a champion that can carry, that has a lot of chaos. I like it paired with the Nautilus and Sejuani. Incredibly strong front to back and team fighting from Loud. The biggest issue for them right now with the composition they have is simply that it's very telegraphed, and also range can somewhat become a problem with a lot of them being very short range and Jinx being very long range but being very vulnerable to dive.
Yeah, because if everybody goes into the front line and leaves Jinx alone, it just leaves a space for getting a potential flank possibility. Maybe a Cassante here will be the option.
Okay.
Locked in on top side. Yeah, it's interesting because I don't know. I feel like there's some different ways where this could be played in the top side, and if you have a Lilia in your side, you kind of really have to wait until they're level 6 to actually get a good setup.
Yeah, I think Cassante wasn't top of mind for me, but I actually do kind of like the pickup because it gives Wiser the ability to dive backline while still being a tank and while still being able to sort of handle the Aatrox, with the mobility that Cassante has. You can dodge out the sweet spot. So I don't hate the pick. The Alistar pick is the one that confuses me a little bit more because, yeah, it's good frontline, but it doesn't give you that lane oppression that you want to see with the likes of a Caitlyn. Something like a Karma could really boost her. I think Milio unfortunately already got played, so that isn't necessarily an option. But yeah, a lot of enchanters paired with the Caitlyn makes the lane absolutely unplayable for Jinx.
Yeah, that is so true. In this case, also requires a lot of very good timing. We mentioned the Syndra potentially being a pick for Tinones as one of the most not precisely meta picks, but that can rival really well when you're talking about long range, and having the Jace in the mid lane, that makes quite a lot of sense. So just going off on the Alistar pick in particular, it has to be very well played, because if you do your headbutt pulverize and you take people away from Caitlyn's trap, it can be like just wasted damage in the laning phase or any potential gank that comes through. So it has to be very precisely well played. Well as on the side of Redbird and Root, Nautilus, so straightforward as it can be.
Yeah, I think for Loud, as you mentioned, just front to back, right, is key to them. The scaling is really good with Syndra and with Jinx as well. Heck, even with Aatrox, the damage scaling is really good. My big concern for Loud with this composition is kind of the biggest weakness, I feel like, in 2025, which has been a lack of an early game. This composition doesn't really have much of an early game either. They can absolutely be punished, and yeah, I don't even think they have actually a single winning lane whatsoever. Jace is going to be able to beat out the Syndra. Caitlyn, as we already talked about, against the Jinx. Topside, maybe Aatrox can win out, but I think I'm going to need to see Shinny really get involved to make sure that his lanes don't completely fold. And as for paiN, they've got not bad scalings either. It's just not quite as easy to front to back with their composition. Their tank's not going to be quite as tanky. The front line isn't going to be quite as strong. But they have damage in spades, and what I do like is the range advantage that you've got with the Lilia, with the Jace. The poke is really good. Caitlyn's poke is going to be really solid as well. So yeah, I think compositionally, while Loud's is easier to execute, I think paiN's got more options, and it's going to force Loud to basically have to know exactly when the power spikes are, and the moment they can start winning, they need to start engaging. Sitting back is not going to end well for them.
Yeah, and that really just forces out the fact that paiN Gaming has to have a concisive early game, getting a steady lead, so that they're not going to be going into mid game from behind, where we know that Loud has the capability of macro and just understanding your team fights with the straightforward composition to really execute it well. So I'm counting on this Caitlyn to really have some pressure there. At the same time, you mentioned how it could be on the hands of Robo on the Aatrox to try to do something different and a little more aggressive for Loud as we get into this game 3. And we saw that recently in this series, Shinny has been focusing top lane as well, so that could be something that happens.
Yeah, we saw Tinones flashing the Loud emote. I'm a little bit disappointed that paiN didn't flash their own emote. I mean, they've won CB LoL too, so they should have one. Redbird, okay, taking a lot of damage here. He's dead.
Yeah, well,
and they caught it on the Titan.
Titan First Blood is definitely what you want to see. What a great start to paiN Gaming. And that trap as well that Titan had was huge.
Okay, I thought Titan was going to go base and maybe pick up boots to start, because Caitlyn with boots, that's unplayable. You can't play into her. She outranges you and she'll be able to kite you for days, but Titan actually doesn't go for the recall. So yes, First Blood to paiN, really, really good. It's not going to make a significant difference right from the get-go. It'll be the first back that really kind of decides how this lane's going to go. And if Titan's not basing on this, he's probably going to wait till he can maybe like pick up a straight-up BF sword. And then, yeah, the lane gets unplayable after that. But there's a window right now for Shinny to try and come down here and punish, help out his bot lane, equalize things early.
Yeah, there definitely is, and considering that both of the junglers are pathing towards the bot side, that could be an option for Shinny. We know that there's a good engage coming from the Sejuani up from the level 3, so that can be an option as well. But maybe right now until level 2, it's in Redbird's hands to maybe try and do something. They don't actually have a ignite, so I don't think there's going to be that much aggression coming from the Loud bot lane. On the top side, they just battling here, nobody really committing to anything more, and both of them with defensive runes as well.
Yeah, and you saw right there, Wiser able to dodge out on quite a few of those Qs. So that's how the K'Sante matchup kind of goes. It is a skill matchup, but it is K'Sante favored if you're able to execute a little bit better. Titan just bullying out this bot lane. And this bot lane is kind of interesting because Jinx just wants to farm. Nautilus and Alistar largely cancel each other out, especially once you're level 2. So it really comes down onto the Caitlyn to try and get the lane leads you want to be able to get. Curry with the pulverize, not landing on anything whatsoever. So that's free damage onto the support. Shinny?
Yeah, and it looks pretty well for Loud as well, because they pushed for the level 2. They did well. Shinny is not going to get spotted by Carioca, so they're just going to steal that red buff. Ooh, okay. Carioca was trying to go for a quicker rotation to the bot lane and trying to help, considering their Root and Redbird are pushing themselves. And instead, they're going to lose a early buff.
Yeah, that's so well played from Shinny with the 3 buff to start. Now, the big question to me then is what happens in this bot lane? Because if Carioca can win out this bot lane anyways with the help of Titan Curry, then he can go invading and answer back. So it's not a 3 buff. He gets the blue buff away from the side of Loud. So yeah, this has much higher stakes now in the bot lane in terms of what actually breaks out. And you can tell Shinny, Ripper, they want action to happen here. Loud are willing to go into this 3v3.
Oh wow, and paiN's feeling super confident here because they chunked down onto Shinny with that ignite taking as well, but force them out. They don't they don't actually dodge that pacifier, so the Q will get root dangerously low. They still have their flash and their cleanse. So bot side, very nicely done by paiN Gaming.
And that's why you could hear a shock in my voice when Loud wanted to fight. They don't win that particular fight. We've been harping on how Caitlyn strong Jinx is not. And as you pointed out, no ignite onto Ripper as well does make the ignite usually sort of the counter to heal because it also cuts the healing that comes through. So if you're in a fight with heal versus ignite, ignite wins that out. And now Carioca really turning the screws onto Shinny. Root has to be careful, taking a lot of damage here. One more pill over Peacemaker. Doesn't quite find it, and Titan takes a turret shot instead.
Ah, that Peacemaker was so close. Nice flash from Root, but again, and that summoner spell not available will guarantee even more dominance in the mid in the bot lane for Root for Tita himself. Now in the mid lane, Roman now has no mana, and so does Tinones. But now Shinny and Carioca are gonna meet each other here, trying to take this one out. Maybe Shinny will guarantee it. I think it was actually Carioca who got most of them. Still going for some poke onto Shinny, but they're just gonna say goodbye for the moment.
Okay, so a couple of things. Titan also did burn Flash in the attempt to kill Root. So bot lane should be fairly even as far as summoners go, and I think Root's going to be happy with the Flash being down on Titan. We'll see if later on the ace in the hole actually makes Root regret blowing that Flash a little bit. Oh, actually, lane swap coming through. Titan wanting to move to this top side when drag is available. paiN used to do this a lot back before they reduced the grubs from 6 to 3, and it made sense then. I don't know how I feel about it now necessarily. Like, what are we trying to force here? Wiser on a budget, I guess, would be better than Robo on a budget. Like budget Cassante is actually a thing that works pretty well, but Loud's just gonna answer this.
I'm on the same page, RMC, because considering Void Grabs are only spawning on the 8-minute mark, what exactly are you getting from going to the top side? You already had a good position in the bot lane. Maybe they're too scared of Redbird at this point, and considering that Chita, as you pointed out, doesn't have any of the summoner spells, but it's going to be answered, like you said, pretty quickly, and they're alone. We still have Kuri going from the jungle to the top lane, which could be something exploited by Loud themselves. And of course, a rotation from Loud going into the Drake.
Yeah, and with this Drake as well, it's actually going to be super hard for Loud to take it if they match rotate. Maybe that's paiN's idea, because Robo has not been able to dominate Wiser, and Shinny's actually significantly behind in the jungle. Carioca's invades earlier did their work. We're seeing the two trade in this bot lane right now. Both junglers are kind of in the vicinity, like not close enough to help out immediately, but close enough that the lack of wards is worrying me.
Yeah, for sure. No vision whatsoever. Completely dark. As Roma is really poking Tinones down here. Nice dodge on the W as well on the Syndra. I feel like this game is just confusing me in a couple of points. But because we had that trade there on the bot side, they are trying to get some vision now. So it's going to be first Robo who goes for the vision in the Dragon Pit. Actually having Shinny going to the top side now. Maybe trying to shut down Chitin. Now that he has the BF sword though, it is a problem, although you have tier 2 boots en route.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Titan has been focused on poking. He's just been shoving that lane in pretty much. So Redbird is getting away unscathed. And it's Redbird who's really going to suffer with the BF sword because he's a melee champion. And for him to even threaten the Dredge line, he's inside Kate's auto attack range. So I think for Loud, that's fine. As long as Redbird's healthy, they can potentially look for the 3v3. Shinny's just trying to hit level 6 as fast as possible, get the engage tool. And for Titan, Cleanse is about to come off cooldown. So yeah, it's really slim margins. And this fight, I think, would be a lot closer than the first sort of 3v3 we saw in the bot lane earlier on.
Yeah, it just feels like in this position with the tier 2 boots, it feels much better for Root. World Ender popped here by Robo just to be safe. Now Wise is still trying to get him into lower range territory, but they are not going to commit into really fighting right now. paiN Gaming will start the Void Grubs in the top lane, interestingly enough, and allowed by Chitin forcing out the wave, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and in the bot side, unfortunately, Shinny not actually able to trade 1-for-1, because going back to the draft, this was the concern with the Loud draft. Skilling's wonderful. The execution's really straightforward, front to back, but your early game is very, very weak, and because of that, Weiser was able to just kind of walk up and check to see whether or not Shinny was doing it, and Shinny didn't dare approach that while Weiser was threatening. Even in a situation where it's a 2v1, heck, we've seen Weiser on Ambessa before. Cassante is not dissimilar in the way the kit works, albeit more tank, less damage, and he could have been an absolute annoyance. It is a delayed take from Loud, a delayed trade, but Shinny should be able to get this one, as Weiser has received 0 backup and is stuck in lane right now.
Yeah, while that was happening, we know that Root used the Super Mega Death Rocket, so it's still going to be on a 1.5 minute cooldown. Not going to have that for any potential team fights, but because paiN Gaming is going to the bot side anyway, there doesn't seem to be a sort of trading rotation. Now Jinx just pushing out the wave, going to be resetting and swapping back to the bot lane, as Chitin is just trying to not miss any farm whatsoever.
Yeah, and Root and Ripper have done a fantastic job. They're actually pretty much dead even in CS. Curry not able to stop Robo on that base. So yeah, I think Cloud as a whole, in terms of their bot lane, they're happy with that. They're just looking to scale. It's more in the solo lanes that they're kind of falling behind a little bit, and it's on paiN to take advantage of that. They have ults unlocked across every single champion, Curry and Titan level 6 as well, and I'd love to see them take advantage of that, not just in terms of team fighting like 5v5, but even the pick potential is actually pretty strong. You can use the Losing Lullaby on a single target, get that kill, and then kind of rotate. After all, there's no objectives to fight for the next 4 minutes.
And these are the moments where you can see what is the stance of a team in a certain game. Now Kudi will push them back. They have level 6 for the Unbreakable. Chitin is just saying, nope, don't do it. We're not going to engage on this one. I need to farm right now, so just retreat.
Yeah, and unfortunately for paiN, that means Unbreakable Will has been burnt off Curry for absolute 0. Loud didn't burn anything. No ults, no summoners, nothing. And that's great for Loud, because Loud, again, they're just trying to stall. And without Unbreakable, Curry's playmaking potential is significantly hampered.
Not just the playmaking, the fact that maybe Shinny is looking for a dive onto the Caitlyn, not having the Unbreakable really makes it easier for Loud to successfully execute that dive. They're on the mid lane, and we know that Roamer is doing really well in poking down Tinons. They have been pretty even in CS, about just 10 ahead for Roamer himself. But we know that as soon as you get a gank coming out by Carioca that connects the Lullaby as well, things are going to change. At the same time, you have the Crystal Prism as well from Shinny on the Sejuani. Ooh, maybe an ult range? No execute yet means no kill for Tinnos.
I love how we're like, oh, Roamer's doing really well. Oh, Roamer's got a CS advantage. And Tindo's like, I just press R. 0 counterplay.
0 thoughts. Just press head onto keyboard.
Hey, it works, right? And until I start seeing something like a Momo Mortius come through, or a Hex Shrinker, pardon me, for a Roamer, that threat is going to be very, very real. Roamer TPing back into lane, but Shinny's nearby.
Whoa! Ah, Roamer! Flash with the Q as well! That is crazy ability! What a skill showcase!
And you can tell Shinny was not expecting that, right? We're thinking, okay, maybe the flash gets used defensively. No, just flash right over Sejuani. I don't care. I'll just throw a shock blast in, and Tinons goes down. That's what we wanted to see from Roamer. That's what we needed to see a little bit more from these lanes. It's been too quiet, Soph. And look, I know we're both color casters. We appreciate the strategic. We appreciate the macro, the rotations. But this is LTA South. We're here for the blood.
Oh yeah, we are. We really are. That play really gave it to me. That's amazing. Shinny is around, but we know that there's still 2 minutes left to play here for the next Drake to spawn. Roma came in. Oh, that's why they caught it off guard. It was onto a ward with the TP. But look at that. Stunned with the Everfrost into the flash. And the Mega Blast. So good.
I wish they showed the player cam of Tinons right there. Like, was he resigned? Did he know as soon as the flash was coming through that he was dead to rights? Because that range, you can't dodge it, right? Like, he didn't have a flash available. Yeah. So the moment he got over with the shock blast, he was kind of done so. And Shinny's just like stood there, not able to do anything. Like, if he wanted to stop it, he had to stop it faster. But it's just so unexpected.
It was, and I really appreciate it from Roma. To be fair, it's a very bold, aggressive play to make, considering that this is your first time in Tier 1 playoffs ever. The first series that you're playing, so that was definitely asserting dominance.
Yeah, and I do feel like that's what paiN fans were hoping for when they heard Romer was being imported. Romer would be the fourth mid ever for paiN Gaming and able to deliver paiN's. What? Okay. You know what? This is
the Zoom.
paiN is definitely getting revenge on whom they call Judas, right? Like they are targeting paiN's right now. And honestly, like narrative aside, like any past history aside, it's the right call. paiN's didn't have flash. He's immobile. He's up a lane. You kill him on repeat.
Yeah, that's pretty great. It will give you that extra gold, allowing paiN's, actually forcing paiN's to be behind is definitely the best place to be, especially because you're delaying that execute buff that we know the Syndra needs in getting into the late game. Roma gets so many platings here on the bot lane as well. Looking pretty good. Now Titan will use the cleanse and still be in good position to escape. Very nicely done here. Still having that flash available is one thing to count on a victory.
Yeah, and just being able to size up.
Oh no! That's a misplay for sure. Just overstepping there into the dredge line, but it doesn't matter. The damage in the early game for paiN Gaming is too high, and they are going to take it back, killing Redbird and also burning down onto Shinny, really forcing them to not be here for the next Drake to spawn. Really nice play by paiN Gaming. Although Loud had an opening, it was just not the moment to do it.
No, and paiN's been so good at capitalizing when they're ahead. Now, when they're behind, like we saw in game 2, sure, it didn't look amazing. But in game 1, when they find a lead, they know how to push it, and paiN feel like they've gotten that lead. They're able to pick up that second Drake. And it starts off with the attempted pick onto Titan. Like you said, the Captain Jack cleanse immediately to get out, and then you just play from the range advantage. But what I really do love is the way the hook comes out onto Carioca, and Curry immediately steps up to create space, and that gives the counter punch. The lilting lullaby to come through allows Carioca to set up, and once again Romer always first on the move. He's been using this pressure, this priority he gets on paiN's Syndra very effectively, and once again Romer into the top lane. They're trying to make another play.
Oh yeah, Road Ender. Ooh, forced flash, but
Perfect.
into the head, but they go. Still a lot of damage that needs to be done here because Robo is going to be healing real good back with that World Ender, and that guarantees they survive. Crazy play.
Wait, I want to see a replay. It feels like Romer canceled his autos when he was dashing back and forth, and Robo just got the heal for free. I want to double check that because sometimes the animations get kind of wonky. But yeah, Robo getting away from that is criminal, and that's actually huge from Loud that they were able to do that, because now we're not seeing Romer push in. Romer doesn't want to lose his tempo for the team, and they want to set up instead for the Herald. So he's not going to get that many more plates. He has to reset, get back. Once they get the Herald though, so that's when things get interesting, because then paiN have a lot of lanes they can drop Shelly on, and they should be able to get at least a second charge as long as they've got the numbers to escort her.
Exactly. And because of that, Loud recognizing they need to start the Herald themselves first. Curry goes in, headbutt pulverized. Redbird is falling really low on health. Oh, the chompers that will keep them in place. The Super Mega Death Rocket just doesn't do that much damage. Titan will get knocked up by that Death's Charge, but it doesn't matter. paiN's will block the ace in the hole. And we actually see Shinny confirming that the Herald goes to Loud. The Scatter of the Weak is not going to push anybody back. So paiN Gaming is still pushing to at least steal the jungle. But that is an objective secured by Loud.
Yeah, first break was taken on that bot side, but it comes at the expense of Shelly. And now for paiN, getting Shelly up been really nice to be able to charge in and break multiple turrets. But paiN say, hey, we don't care anyways. All the turrets are primed. We will take mid outer, we will take bot outer, and we will now go up and siege top outer if Romer doesn't die first.
Oh, they're still in a good position to dodge. Oh, very nice lullaby there, just stopping from the Scatter of the Weak. Flashing forward, forces another flash as well. Tino is in a terrible position. That blast is not going to connect onto Robo, but it's still 4v1, and it doesn't matter. 2 kills for 0 for paiN Gaming. Redbird was just a little too late to the party.
And what did we say? So take the bot side, go into the mid, go into the top. It is set and it is primed. And unfortunately for Loud, they thought they could make the play first. If they found Romer, great. They would have been able to stop this push. But because they weren't able to get Roamer and the rest of paiN was able to collapse in, it's going to be the free turret, it's going to be more gold, and paiN just accelerating the gains right now, just shy of 6,000 gold pre 18 minutes. Atakan hasn't even spawned yet, and when it does spawn, boy, are Loud in trouble, because in game 1, paiN peeled off Atakan. They should not do that. They should have learned their lesson from game 1.
No.
They should be strong enough to brute force that one.
Yeah, and considering the lead that they have compared to game 1, it should be much easier to see that they can take it down and that they shouldn't retreat and just give the objective away as easily as they did. In this game is just feeling like paiN Gaming just understanding that draft, which is different from what we saw this series, which was more versatility around the draft, and in this case just executing what the draft needed, which was the poke, which was the early game, and trying to take advantage over what you have, especially against the Jinx, because the more she grows, the more she will become the hyper carry that Loud needs.
Yeah, but she's right now not even close to... This is like season 1. No, this is like beginning of season 1, Jinx. You know, this is powder before she's grown up. She's got a Yuntail's Wild Arrow. That's it. Yeah. She tickles at this point, and if anybody gets it close to her, they're just gonna beat her right up, and she's just gonna get abused. And unfortunately, I don't know when Root's gonna fully come online, especially if Titan can continue maintaining his item.
Okay, right. So there was a technical issue here that got everybody confused. Ooh,
Okay.
Titan has to use the cleanse here because they were on the Chompers RMC. They're gonna dodge the zap, which allows them to continue to safety. Kuri will body block as well if necessary. Carioca, though, is in the pit, having to potentially use the flash. No,
Kuri?
it's the stopwatch. Now, still taking a lot
Where's
of damage.
Weiser?
Shinny from Roma that is on the back line. They're still trying to get that. Oh, the ace in the
Oh
hole.
my
He's gonna
goodness.
get cancelled actually with Weiser in the back as you said RMC, and it doesn't matter. That is paiN Gaming with a almost ace.
Robo flying up, using the teleport to get out a dodge, but Soph, that was a 4v5. Like, yeah, sure, Weiser showed up, but the fight was over before Weiser finished his TP. He could have just stayed up top and kept on pushing. paiN 10-0 right now, just denying absolutely everything away from Loud, and they get the kills. They get the dragon. They're gonna get Atakan, and we talked about, okay, Atakan's gonna be a brutal fight for Loud. Atakan wasn't even spawned when that fight broke out, when paiN just crushed them, and paiN's gold lead is going to be overwhelming at the rate we're going.
Oh yeah, it's already 8,000, which is overwhelming if you ask me. But getting into this territory of Atakan finished, let's have a look at this fight again, because Carioca was in a terrible position, but paiN turned it around.
Yeah, and it's most that the carries didn't get touched whatsoever, right? Carioca able to get the sleep to allow everybody to reposition. Roamer got to free fire at the start of the fight, and that's coming off of Kuri and Carioca. The stasis into Kuri getting over the wall, and you could see Loud, the moment Kuri made it over the wall, they were like, disengage guys, this is not the fight we want. Alistair's in here, and he's threatening both our front and back line simultaneously. And yeah, you can see on their faces 2 times, like, straight chilling, man. Like, Titan knew he was safe, got to free fire from range. He got the perfect Caitlyn dream. And he, I think it probably after that fight, has second item completed. Should be ahead of the curve.
Just resetting. Hi, Cheetah. Hi. Great job.
You see what's on his
2-0
monitor in the
XP
back
on the
line
Caitlyn.
too? Like, in the background, it
Yeah.
was Robo with Herald, Shelly pushing on that top side. So I'm assuming that Titan's not there, and he's just watching that happen while he waves at the camera.
Yeah, I think he was just resetting on another side of the map and just had the camera there. So, man, they have all opportunity to go here, and they find Tino's in the bush. Scatter of the Week connecting to Roma, still going for the headbutt pulverize. Now Redbud is trying to get the front line for Tinos, but it doesn't matter
Redbird,
again.
no!
The ace in the hole, and even Powder cannot be the meat shield.
See, in the world of Arcane, Jinx captured Caitlyn, right? Like, Caitlyn lost to Jinx. But here in LTA South, Titan just doesn't lose to Root.
Nope.
He's able to find that. And I feel so, like, Redbird had heal, he had flash. Root had flash. Like, somebody could have flashed some way to keep everybody alive, but no, Redbird just ends up dropping. Is that going to make a difference? To be honest, no. Like, paiN aren't going to be able to continue pushing
No.
on the bot side. The resets are coming through. Redbird will respawn. But it's just a feel-bads moment for Loud, you know?
It does. It gives kind of a tilted feel to it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, we're gonna die anyway. Okay. That's fine.
They're 0-12. They haven't found a kill yet, so I'd be more worried about trying to get a kill than about dying at this point.
Basically. Shinny gets a slow here onto Wiser. Carioca's on the other side and now going to connect with the Q themselves there on the Lilia. Is just clearing the vision in their own jungle, while Carioca very swiftly, as the Lilia does, just going from roam to roam, one side to another, mid to top lane as quickly as they can, and just really pressuring and sucking the out around Loud. There's nothing for them to breathe.
Yeah, definitely getting stifled. And we talk about the scaling that Loud has. But look at the game time. We're only 23 minutes in, and they're knocking at potentially base turrets. Yes, I know inner turret is still up in top and mid lane for Loud, but it feels like that's bait right now. And I'm not confident that Loud could survive a dive. If paiN really wanted to force something under these turrets, they certainly could. So the scaling for Loud feels like it's so incredibly far away right now. How long can they hold their breath, as you said, when paiN is sucking out all the air around them?
Yeah, it's very difficult. I gotta take a breathe underwater potion. Now focusing onto Robo, but there's the engage as well that comes from Red, but just stalling. Wiser might take the last hit of the tower, but the shielding is enough. That's crazy. Talk Ace in the hole will get blocked by Red, but so they're still standing for a little bit. Tinos is gonna get taken down. One kill. Robo going on to Titan. It's an ADC, but there's the hit. There's your headshot. Shinny goes to Titan, now kiting them to oblivion. Carioca just being the meat shield as well. What they do is Shinny will get the shutdown on Titan, and Carioca will claim the bounty. At what cost, Loud, for an ace?
Yeah, and that's a big question. It's not just the ace, so if they're going to lose the topside inner turret as well, they're going to lose all sorts of priority and tempo in terms of setting up for the objectives. Dragon coming up in 36 seconds, Baron in 30, and paiN get their pick of the litter. They get to set up all the vision. And then for Loud, walking into that, it's a trap. They know it, but they've got to spring it, especially around the Baron.
Oh, absolutely. Let's have a look at that again, because it was starting just as a 1v1 between the top laners, and then Redbird tried to do something, but didn't happen.
And to be frankly honest, I think Wiser knows jolly well that he was kind of being cocky there with that dive. It was a really bad position, but they felt so incredibly strong. And they were trying to bait the fight, which they got. Problem is, Root gets excited, gets the free fire for a bit, and then Titan gets left alone. Great recollapse in from Loud, and I think Robo had the right mindset. We were talking about the fact that, yeah, Redbird, Tinon's been dying a lot this game. It feels really bad that Redbird dies again, the bot side. But the more important thing for Loud right now is get kills. Even in a sort of 2-for-5 or 3-for-5 situation, it would be worth it for Loud because of the bounties. And Robo had the right mindset going, okay, I see the angle, I'll trade my life for a kill. I don't care who gets it, but somebody make sure they secure Titan.
Exactly, and that bounty is definitely useful. So one death for Titan, 5-1 and 6 so far, with the rest of the team looking pretty impeccable. 5-0 and 7 for Carioca, 3-0 and 2 for Wiser, 1-0 and 11 for Kuri, and a lot of kill participation all around. Now Loud is going to have to defend this mid-tier 2 because paiN is looking relentless on this push. They have vision, and I don't think they have the tools to actually defend it. It's going to be only the interior turret that they can even try to do it.
Yeah, they can't even approach the inner turret, and they got split a little bit. The traps from Caitlyn, from Titan, just making sure that they can't be flanked. I do want to highlight, though, Root, with the shutdown that he got onto Roamer, has actually narrowed the gap against Titan quite a bit, especially when Titan has... Well, I guess he's building a Mortal Reminder, so it's not like he dipped out into the Grievous Wounds for a little bit. It's still part of his build path, but yeah, Root kind of catching up with 2.5 items. When Jinx hits 3, that's when she's going to get really scary this game, especially if it's going to be a Runan's Hurricane. And at that point, paiN can't just brute force front to back fights anymore. They actually need to assign somebody to make sure that Root is not auto-attacking, not getting excited, not getting to carry fights.
And to be fair, they have been doing that pretty well so far, so I believe that they can still keep on doing this. Every time there is an opening onto Root, they survive for just a second. The most that we saw Root dishing damage was that team fight around the red buff, where they were excited for 2 seconds and that was it. But the way the Kuri is playing on these engages is just really good. Wiser with the flanks as well. And now paiN Gaming takes the opportunity to go for the Baron themselves. They have great vision around the pit too. And the Caitlyn traps just sealing the entrance on this side as well. Kuri over the pit. There's the Super Mega Death Rocket not doing anything, so it's an easy secure for Carioca. Over the pit, Kuri goes with Weiser as backup as well. Roma, Titan has the range, especially with that ace in the hole, so they can continue pushing. Now, Kuri might have bitten a little more than they could chew. No, Carioca is there as well, so they have the numbers advantage. They might be taken down. Weiser is now on a 1v1 against Robo, while Carioca is just trying to lock down onto Shinny. Oh, and Kuri still survives! That's crazy, but it's still gonna be taken down in the end. But it's a shutdown that Root gets, but again, at what cost with 45 seconds of reset timer?
Dang, Loud really wanted that Hanwoo, that Korean beef. I don't know if it's worth that price tag. Trying to import it all the way to Brazil right now. You get wiped. And once again, Robo, the last man standing for Loud. But what can he do? Even the amount of time it takes him to recall, his Nexus turrets are basically gone. You're fighting on open ground with Redbird. Yeah, that's not a fight that you want if you're Loud. But what choice do you have?
Game 3, and it is 2-1 for paiN Gaming with an almost flawless performance up until the 30-minute mark with no kills for Loud and only 3 at the end of the game. RMC, this is the early game dominance paiN Gaming that we know they can perform.
Yeah, and this is the scary part, right? We talked about the fact that Loud's composition didn't have an early game. And that's where Loud has traditionally struggled this year. And so you look at what happens when you have no early game up against a team like paiN that can explode in the mid game, and it was just flawlessly played. And they showed that graphic as well, the sort of head-to-head between Romer and tinoN's this particular game, and it felt almost BM, the way Romer was doubling tinoN's damage numbers. But that is a legitimate concern. That's why we had the graphic about Champos, and the answer from tinoN's this game was not great. Like we said, take him off the Azir, the Talia, the Ahri, and the Ryzen. What's he got? Syndra has always been a pocket pick. It did nothing this game, Soph. And going into game 4, you said that's the critical game. Loud's backs are up against the wall. paiN just need a ban. Ahri and Talia, and then what you got, tinoN's?
Yeah, exactly. And it's crazy to think that that's the case, because as you said, the Syndra, I think, could have been a good option against the Jace. It's an okay match, but the fact that you had them just like completely getting just dunked on the head every single time, it was a little too difficult to deal with. And I feel like every lane was very well exploited by paiN Gaming, sometimes even not needing Carioca to have a setup to actually do well, and when they had him, it was even better. So they were dominant from the beginning to the end of the game, and that is a performance that we know that they can do, and it's what we want from playoffs for sure.
Yeah, now going into game 4? Yeah, game 4. I'm starting to lose track of where we are right now, because I'm thinking junglers too, right? Like with the tank junglers slowly being narrowed down. We've seen, you know, the Vi being played. We've seen the Sedge being played, the Skarner being played. So we've only got Maokai left for sort of tank jungler options. Ivern is also an option that teams could pick up. It's not a tank in and of itself, but the shield it gives you, Daisy can act as a off tank as well. I feel like those two champions are going to rise up a lot in prio in game 4. And there's of course the ever question of Pantheon, which other teams in the LTA South have picked up to massive effect. But both Carioca and Shinny's played the Pantheon. Carioca hasn't. Do we see Shinny go on the Pantheon to try and give Loud that early game so that his lanes can actually skill up and carry in late game team fights?
It's a very good question, RMC, and to be fair, we need to wait until this game 4 to actually have an idea what is going to happen. 2-1 for paiN Gaming is the scoreline of this series of LTA South. We're going to be right back after a short break, so stay tuned. Not going to take long. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 4. Well, Game 4? 4, yeah.
Yes, 4.
Mathematics have just been, like, completely all over the place for us. I was like, yeah, we talked about Game 4 last game, so this must be Game 5. No. 2-1 is the score for paiN Gaming versus Loud in this best of 5 of playoffs around LTA South. I'm still SophChan, he's still RMC, and we mentioned it was so one-sided that is that much to talk about last game. Maybe let's do predictions for the next one.
Well, let's pull up the post game so you can see what we mean when we say it's one-sided, because it wasn't just the eye test. Literally every single metric. Like, for paiN, they're doubling the damage of their counterparts. The gold graph at no point did Loud look like they had any way back into this game. And so, we can say that paiN has been pinched out. But Loud is not a one-man team. Like, where is Root? Where is Robo? Where is Shinny? And also, why are we picking uncomfortable matchups where Roamer gets his super comfortable Jace and you get a Syndra that can't really punish him in lane?
I think it's just a result of that pinched pool, like you said, RMC. It just feels like they are focusing a lot of efforts on understanding how paiN can make it work without that wide of a pool. Maybe focusing a little too much onto Robo, which we saw, like, getting him good picks, but they ultimately haven't been doing that much into the late game, more so than they have been doing in the laning phase. So we'll see how things are going to go, as Loud has chosen blue side and have already banned Yone, Mbessa, and Nafiri.
Yeah, and I think it says a lot that we're starting to see the Nafiri bans come in. She got nerfed where her packmates are not quite as strong, and because of that, she's no longer quite that first pick prio like we're seeing with Gwen or Rumble. But with the jungle pool kind of pinch like we were talking about, a lot of the tanks being taken away, there's only one tank left, and then after that you gotta default to something else. paiN kind of went with the same bans they did the last time they were on the red side, right? With the change up with Misfortune being taken away. Again, I feel like you can give that to Root. Root is not carrying the team, and the rest of the team's kind of letting him down. If you give him a champion that doesn't have agency, I think Root would struggle more than he would if you gave him something like, I don't know, Lucian's already there, like Kalista, Azaya, I think would be much better for Root than this Misfortune.
That makes a lot of sense. Just some sense of survivability for Root. Right, so this is the first pick that actually makes sense for Louds to know, and it's the Talia, and it's so good on his hands and as a champion in the meta right now that it had to be the B1 for this side. Now, for paiN Gaming, do we have everything going good with the... Okay. I thought it paused for a moment, but our clean feed is good. No worries whatsoever. And we were looking to see the first pick here for paiN Gaming, and it is... we're gonna find out soon.
Okay, I guess that was the pause, because we don't know what it was. I see some people saying it was Ashe. We'll have to see exactly what it ends up being. I think Ashe would make a lot of sense, but the Ahri being taken away, this was why I didn't really understand why Loud didn't just R3 Ahri last game and then just ban away the Talia themselves. And now they've kind of lost both. That's it. I do favor the Talia side of the matchup a little bit. You've got ways to restrict Ahri. So it couldn't have been an Ashe first pick, because we see the Ashe being picked up by Loud. So Poppy, Ashe being picked up by Loud. I don't know what the first pick was from paiN then. Maybe Kalista, if we're seeing Ashe come out on the other side? Like, Ashe is a Kalista counter?
Makes sense. Makes sense. Like, yeah, we've seen Kalista being banned as well, so it could make sense as a first pick. Priority for Varus as well, not going to be the case because it was banned. So I think that makes quite a lot of sense. But we'll see what's going to be the case here with an Ivan being hovered, and there's still that possibility of the Maokai. I would prioritize the Maokai personally. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, Karioka has long been a fantastic Maokai player. Unfortunately, not 100% win rate this year, so not potentially the best. Now, with Loud, the Poppy pickup, is that support or is that jungle? Because I think we've seen Shinny play it this split, but we haven't seen Redbird play it this split. He has historically played it, and it looks like paiN is saying, okay, we think that's going to be a jungle Poppy. And also, we just don't want to do Ashe Braum, which I agree with. I think Ashe Braum is one of the strongest 2v2 bot lanes you can get.
Yeah, nasty bot lane with the heaviest CC possible, and they make sense lore-wise as well, which is, you know, something that sometimes you cannot beat. So going for that makes a lot of sense. Oh, right, a Renata here. Kind of feels like it is the more we think about it, it's more a Kalista.
Yeah, I don't see why else we'd be banning the the Renata when we don't even have that much engage on the side of Loud. So more likely than not, Leona being taken away, another sort of strong pairing with the Ashe. Used to be level 6 with Ashe and Leona was an absolute kill lane because of the amount of CC that can come through. And for Loud, do they want to continue pinching this support pool? Rakan's on the table. If we're looking for engaged supports, we've seen the Nautilus come out, we've seen the Alistar come out, we've seen what else have we seen for the support role come out? The Milio come out as well.
Milio,
yeah. So Rakan is probably sort of the premier engaged support right now left.
That would make sense. They're probably going to fix the overlay. Yeah, everything broke. We're fine. Maybe Champion Select broke. Who knows? We're gonna find out soon. Well, we have a couple of things that have been already picked, and I'll try my best to remember the most of them. And I feel like my mind is just so focused on the Calista right now that I'm like, what's going to happen?
It is Calista. They fixed it. Hey, okay, there we go. Makes a lot of sense. Camille being banned away, and Wiser with the Yorick pick. This is something that's been sneaking up in Prio. I think it was Whippo who started whipping it out a little bit in the north, but finally it's made its way down to the south. I know in CD it's been an issue, and now Wiser picking that one up to try and abuse Robo. I also like it with the rest of the composition as well. It's a massive distraction against Loud, and if you can pull Talia away, then paiN can look for the engage and everyone else. Is it the Robo special? He's done it! Okay!
Right. So I will say the thing that I've been loving the most about the Loud drafts have been the Renekton, the Aatrox, the Olaf picks for Robo, and I feel like this is the way to go, right? The guy has been the best player in the team in regular season, like the most valuable player, and that can make a difference in the late game. That I feel like this is the way to go. We're going for an enchanter with the Seraphine for the Ashe duo in the bot lane, which is, you know, much more like peel, sustain. You have your Encore, which takes so long to recharge that it has to be very precisely chosen. But while we were talking about that, the support for Kuri is a Blitzcrank. So really pulling people in to play to their strengths is what that composition is all about.
Yeah, the old school Ballista combo. And one of the nuttiest things with it was the fact that you can Fates Call Blitzcrank as he lands the pull, and you can drag them even further back, throw them back, and yeah, suddenly a target's like all the way behind your own team's lines. Incredibly isolated. So aggressive composition from the side of paiN Gaming. I really like it, especially when you see that Seraphine Ashe. You want something that can really punish all those squishies, and the fact that Yorick is going to have to deal with the Olaf, I feel like is the fly in the ointment for paiN, because Olaf, not the strongest top laner right now, actually struggles a lot against quite a few of the meta champions, but against Yorick specifically, Olaf actually can do pretty well. You can just run him down, you've got the sustain to kind of go toe to toe, and Yorick has to be very, very careful about allowing you to all-in him. If Yorick starts getting low on health, you can't afford to stick around, and Robo, being Robo, having such history with this champion on Olaf, he's going to know exactly when he can go in and when he can't.
Agreed. And like you said, with this aggressive composition for paiN Gaming, it just feels like the best way to get into a game 4 match point of a best of 5. So if you can wrap up the game as easily and as effectively early game like you did game 3, things are going to look really good for paiN Gaming. Loud having those angles and having the champions that they have on the hands of the players that they have them with the Olaf, with the Talia. It really shows that they are now feeling a little more at home with how they want to go about this game into Summoner's Rift. Game 4 is about to head start, and I'm so excited to see how things are going to go, considering paiN Gaming could go for a 5-stack with the Blitzcrank. Nah, it's Loud who does it.
Okay, Wiser does see Robo, but didn't actually spot the rest of Loud in the area. So wisely just going to back off, and let's see what Loud does. They could get creative with the invade. Okay, they are gonna continue in for now, and Wiser Karaoke, are they gonna get caught out?
We'll see.
They
have been spotted here in the fog of war. Yep, they've seen everything. They've seen everybody. Not going to drop any wards. Instead, it's going to be Loud who does exactly that, which allows for paiN Gaming to do basically the opposite, going for the aggressive vision themselves, but they actually don't have that much time to do so, so they just opt for having vision at the entrance of their own jungle.
Yeah, I think paiN Gaming are more than happy to just kind of play standard. They don't really care where Shini's looking for potentially first gank. As long as their lanes are playing safe, they don't need to be able to track the jungler. And as for delayed invade coming through from Loud, they can't afford to do that with their lanes. Tinon's, Root, and Redbird need to be back in their lanes in time. They cannot afford to give up that early prio. So because of that, Karaoke can just kind of walk away, wait a little bit, walk into his jungle, and he'll be okay to start things up. Keep your eyes on this bot lane though. Titan and Curry with the Blitzcrank already from level 1. If you land a hook, you can do a lot of damage. But if you can't land hooks as this Blitzcrank, you will get poked out. The sustain as well as the poke, the ease of poke from this Ashe and Seraphine is very, very high.
Absolutely. And that, knowing exactly that, you need to be extra careful because the Seraphine being so squishy, if you get pulled in, especially with the Ignite, it's not going to look really good. Probably some summoner spells that are going to be expended. And that's why you see the positioning that you see from Loud here, not going to face check in any way closer to the wave, just allow it to go into them. And Shinny flashing over the wall to go for an invade and actually maybe going for a gank as well into Wiser after these quirks.
Yeah, but he got spotted on that ward in the bush that I'm guessing Karaoke kind of left behind, or maybe it was Wiser, actually probably Wiser who left it behind. His wards are currently down. So Wiser fully aware of this, and much more interesting to me is what Karaoke's response is. Do you collapse up to this top side and look for the kill? With the way Wiser's getting run down, perhaps not. More likely you just kind of go for the counter invade and just go for a sort of vertical split on the map, and then look for maybe dives onto Root and Redbird if Curry can and Titan can land any sort of poke.
I think that's a great read there, RMC. It makes a lot of sense to try and just go for the vertical jungling and make sure that you're not going to miss any farm. But there might be an angle for them to go to the bot lane and dive just the same in the top lane, with Shinny still there. Maybe Wiser is thinking that Shinny wouldn't wait that long, flashing to get away from the wall. But yes, you say it was too early. First blood going into Robo as well. And wow, they didn't get targeted by the tower. That's insane. Oh, gonna pull in on Rabbit, but they're not gonna do that much damage. 50% of HP is just as much as they can do. They still gotta be careful and very much aware of that tower range aggro. Now, I don't know how Robo wasn't targeted by the tower.
Well, because Shinny hit first, and Shinny didn't leave turret range, so that's why Robo was kind of scot-free. And Shinny just tanked it up, ended up trading a 1-for-1 over, but First Blood still does... Well, I guess First Blood's not as relevant nowadays, so it doesn't really matter the fact that Loud did pick that up. I do want to highlight, though, that the bot side dive didn't happen. And that's critical because the vertical jungle was not completely fair or even. Shinny started at his red buff, so Karaoke loses his and doesn't find the other side. It's technically a 3 buff, and the saving grace was that Shinny did die, so Shinny actually got set a little bit behind and will not be able to really capitalize on the fact that he cleared Karaoke's side of the jungle while getting the advantage on his own bot side. The jungle camps will respawn and Karaoke will be a-okay. He'll be fine, just no red buff is the only thing.
30 seconds for the first Drake of the game to spawn as well, meaning that maybe Karaoke will stick around this area, although it would be good for him to get a research sooner rather than later. But Things looking like maybe Shinny could try to... No, rotation there and positioning from Roma, not allowing for any potential gank as well, and not indicating that they're going to have any ganks for themselves either. While on the bot side, Titan and Cody still pressuring as much as they can and understanding when they should be shoving the lane and when not. And Tino is also showing a lot of mastery on this Talia, chunking down onto Roma.
I'm just waiting for Shin to get that bot lane because I feel like you're saying Titan and Curry know when they should shove and when they shouldn't. In their playbook, it's always time to shove. they have no chill. They've been dropping sentinels, to be fair. So at least they're able to kind of give themselves some safety and additional warding and vision to make sure that they're not being ganked. But they definitely want that prio. And they want to be the ones on this dragon picking it up. Kalista, I feel like anytime you draft the Kalista, you want to be the team that's playing aggressively and grabbing all those early objectives.
Absolutely. We got our feed back online, looking good. Ooh, Hextech Flash charged up by Shinny. Go onto the wall and getting another kill onto Wiser. And again, I just feel like the fact that Robo just gets out of there like completely untouched as well is the best option for Loud. But paiN will secure the first Drake of the game here, a Chemtech that at least balances things out. But Loud is still remaining on 1,000 gold lead.
And frankly, I almost feel like at this point, paiN want to do a lane swap. This Yorick-Olaf matchup was already going to be a little bit tough for Wiser. It is now very tough for Wiser after having been killed twice, having been ganked. Even with the kill, Wiser is going to be still down experience and, more importantly, a lot of gold from Robo. So if you get Titan and Curry up to that top side, try and nullify that and set up for the grubs, I think that solves a lot of problems for them. Instead, they're still kind of playing standard lanes. Wiser now with 6, with Maiden in pocket. Maybe the lane gets a little bit more comfortable, a little bit easier, but I wouldn't put money on that.
For sure. Shinny going for the rotation here on the bot side as the red buff has just respawned as well. And as you said, with that delayed vertical jungling that Carioca was trying to do, kind of not really connecting in the end, will set things back straight to where they were. So we're not going to see Carioca here soon enough, especially when they have already taken the Drake themselves. Now, paiN Gaming does exactly that, pushes in, shoves, and going to reset.
Wiser's going to get run down again, has to drop the wall, but the moment it goes down, I'm scared for him. You can see the Maiden's not really tickling Robo at all. He's out sustaining the Maiden right now, and Maiden's going to go down.
He will. And both junglers here is battling for the Scuttle Crab as well to get that vision for the 8-minute mark with the grub spawning pretty soon. They're just staring at each other, just saying hello, I guess, dropping a potato in the bush. So Carioca will win this friendly trade.
Yeah, a little game of chicken there between the two tank junglers. Neither of them can do damage. It's worth noting as well, you know, doesn't quite land. They're still looking for the engage. Fate's Call got... Okay, they tried to do the Ballista combo, but Titan's Fate's Call is a little bit late and Curry missed the grab. So that's a lot of big spells expended. Loud could actually now look at this grubs. I didn't think they were going to be able to win this, but yeah, paiN kind of gifted it.
But at the same time, I'm looking at the fact that neither Root or Redbird have their ultimate, so maybe this could mean an angle, but paiN Gaming is not going for the grubs immediately. Having Loud be around there when with those resources wasted, they know that they can't be super aggressive about it, and that's exactly what they're doing. Chita and Kuri going back to the bot lane. Now a 2v2 potentially happening here. Woo! Seismic Shove almost getting Wiser, and that could have been an instant KO there as he was already low on HP, but just allowing the extra space for Robo to get those platings is already huge for Loud.
They want kills. Look at what Loud is committing up here. They sent Tinos, they sent Shinny, and by the way, Redbird will be in the area because why not? We just took grubs and we are there to try and secure first break. Titan left in the bot lane, able to find 2 plates of his own as well as CS, but can TinOwns change it? TinOwns has 2 levels on Titan right now, but he doesn't quite have the items, and that makes that bot side a lot more dicey.
It really does, and especially Kalista being able to trying to preemptively dodge the Seismic Shove as well. Although as soon as they use their ability to stop the dashes from the Kalista, that also makes a lot of sense. Ooh, Fog of War? Okay, no, there's not going to be any engage here. Every time I see a Hextech Flash in Fog of War, I'm like, oh, action, dive.
Hey, Titan was walking up too, so Curry was probably thinking about it, but doesn't really want to commit to too much right now. And I think the bigger thing is just trying to get Titan away from that Talia, because as you mentioned, the worked earth just makes it really difficult for her to actually have mobility. And even if you're a pro, trying to not hop after using your auto attacks is really difficult, because then you've got to auto attack, wait, and then move if you want to kind of actually move and not just stand there like a turret. So that's potentially the worst lane for Titan to try and farm in and try and do anything in.
Heavy agree. 1 minute for the next Drake to spawn as well. And paiN going for a pressure here on the bot side. Ooh, forcing a flash from Tino's, and Nature's Grasp as well goes in. A nice one set up perfectly for the Hex grab as well. And it feels really good. I love that chain of CC there.
Yeah, max range grab as well from Curry to nullify everything Tino's tried to do. The flash expended for little else. And I feel like this is how the game is going to go. We talked about it in draft, right? The moment we saw that Olaf being locked into the Yorick. For Loud, it's all about Robo. You put all your eggs in that basket and you try and snowball it as heavily as you can. For paiN, it's everywhere else on the map. And unfortunately, Yorick doesn't have a lot of contribution to have for his team outside of split pushing. So paiN really do need to make sure that Titan, that Roamer are ahead enough that they can win the 4v4, and that later in the, shall we call it 5v4.5, paiN actually can make up for the deficit of having a Yorick that can't actually team fight. The setup for this play as well was really far away. We talk about a max range hook from Curry. It's a max range out from Karaoke. That out comes from so incredibly far away. And Tino's just at the very edge of it for all the spells and just gets punished anyways.
Ugh, it's so good. Like we said, the setup was seen from a mile away and so well executed. The fact that Roma was already forcing them out with being close, having to use that flash, not going to be able to escape any of the following spells. Very nicely set up here by paiN with the Drake on the board and the Scuttlecrab vision. For paiN Gaming, they could have an angle to come back. There is no Nature's Grasp, so Loud will guarantee this one. Shinny is also maybe gonna be in a terrible position here of being forced to use his flash over the wall. Yes, he is. And they're going to escape a Hextech Flash from Kuri, not going to go and chase nobody this time around.
And you can see paiN's hesitancy to try and pull the trigger when Robo's actually at the fight. Because Robo's the richest guy on the Rift, and he's an absolute monster and menace, and you can't stop him with Ragnarok running. So if you rocket grab him, that's actually just a free engage for Robo onto your backline. So paiN kind of just have to give that up. I do like the fact that Robo walked there, so he could use... Okay, arrow just barely misses everybody. Really good dodging from paiN. But yeah, Robo walking to their objective means he can TP top to still deal with Wiser.
Ooh, dealing with Karaoke now is Loud as they're trying to just scare him away. Yeah, just don't have enough damage, so they're just gonna scare them away. Look at Cody with Roma, and suddenly it became a disaster for Loud. 2 kills that could succeed as well. Roma gets another. Well, there's the Weaver's Wall. So, ooh, Roma gets caught up on that seismic shove, and Tino's will get it back. Robo with the last hit, guaranteeing that is a 2-for-1 for paiN Gaming.
A little bit of dyssynergy between the two longest serving members of Loud, Robo and Tino's. The Weaver's Wall actually stopped Tino's from kind of running into the rest of the team and wreaking absolute havoc. So it ends up just being sort of the 2-for-2 trade to come through. That's the second time Curry got caught trying to recall, man. Like, just get to a proper save point. Stop trying to do it in weird, awkward areas. So this starts with an absolute lack of damage from Shinny and Ripper, because unfortunately Ripper's support, so he doesn't have like a Leandries to be able to melt through. And Karaoke is tanky enough to buy a ton of time. Now, Karaoke does end up going down, but it's fine. paiN are already there. They get these nice 2 quick kills, and it's really Robo running down. And pings were coming down on Robo. paiN knew exactly how much time they had. Right there, Robo's stuck. And he has to wait. And Tino's didn't drop the wall immediately either. Sure, you get Roamer, but you could have dropped the wall anyway, still got Roamer, and allowed Robo to keep on chasing onto Curry, onto Titan.
Yeah, that must have been very frustrating. I saw an expression on Robo's face just now that kind of feels like that might have been the case too. So, yeah, unfortunate there. And it becomes a more equal trade. But Loud still has almost 1,500 gold lead at this point, although we have been seeing good presence from paiN Gaming in these team fights and these reads, especially with that dive we saw in the bot lane. The fact that both teams have 1 Drake each, still favoring the side of Loud because of the 3 Void Grubs, makes it very interesting as to when we see the next Drake spawning, but especially with that Herald in the top lane.
Yeah, and all that gold advantage you're talking about, that's strictly in the top lane, right? Like Robo's up 2.3 thousand gold, so that means that his other lanes are losing out 800 gold, kind of in various positions. Mostly in the mid lane where Roamer has been popping off. And so if we talked about Roamer versus paiN's, the rookie versus the veteran, and Roamer, especially individually, we talked about the fact that he hasn't necessarily had the best split so far. He's definitely been leveling up. And again, this game, 2-1-1, it feels like he's being put in a position where he could be the difference maker. He could be the carry for the team. Because this entire composition from Loud, it's just one giant middle finger to Kalista.
It really is, isn't it? Plenty of CC and just slowing her down, making it absolutely useless, the passive that you have on Kalista. The Herald has been started here by Loud on about 60% HP. Carioca is taking a frontline position to try and get a vision and intel, but they don't have any wards in the area, so they might just give it away, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Free Herald for Loud.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit concerned that paiN is giving away all of this for free. They weren't able to find anything anywhere else on the map. It's not a Herald for turret trade. Certainly not plates, since plates I've already kind of fallen off about 2 minutes ago. So yeah, Loud continuing to snowball, and the Herald for them is going to be massive to be able to kind of take down turrets. The Robo can continue split pushing somewhere else on the map, and if Loud wants to set up a sort of 1-3-1, where paiN's can just respond to the other sort of 3-player lane, they set up a position where they're going to be pulling paiN apart, and they can very easily just numbers overload on one side of the map.
Yeah, it's very necessary for paiN Gaming to try and stop that growth. Right now, contesting this Drake spawning in 20 seconds. But Loud is already there. They have vision. Roma, though, is going to find them on the Scuttle Crab with Carioca around 2. It might be a very good trade here. Ooh, but that's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that goes straight onto Carioca, so they might get taken down first. No jungler for paiN Gaming means a potentially free Drake for Loud, getting them on the second one.
No Nature's Grasp, not even time to out across and allow the rest of paiN to do damage, and paiN, they just kind of slip it into oblivion. This is not the paiN we've seen from the first 3 games. This feels like the paiN that we kind of saw a little bit towards the end of the group phase, where their macro was lacking, but their hands were present, and it just feels like they're getting out-rotated. Loud's just always there a little bit faster, in position to punish a little bit quicker.
I feel like there might have been something, I don't know, in the communication for paiN in this game in particular. Oh, wait, Loud hasn't straight out going for the Drake. So maybe if Quiddy gets vision here and can understand that maybe it could be stolen. No, never mind. Was a little too optimistic of me. But maybe they can get a fight, though.
Yes.
With the potato. Quiddy's there, front line. Roma dashes in with the Spirit Rush. Oh, they're going to get caught up themselves. The Encore goes back into the back line. And with the TP as well, there's Roma that could take them all down. It's a 1-for-1 though. Carioca survives. Now Titan has to really kite them away. Shinny is very close to taking him down, but Titan will survive. That is a very interesting way how that went, considering Robo could have just wiped them all off the board.
Yeah, and a lot of that on Redbird, a player who did struggle immensely last game, but the Encore catching all of paiN pretty much definitely messed them up. It caused them, well, even if they didn't quite catch every single person, it made them have to run and scatter, and they weren't able to get the damage down. They weren't able to get the death ball that they wanted to get rolling. So Loud able to secure the Drake, able to secure more gold, increase the lead a little bit more, and you can see the faces of paiN right now. They're a little bit like, well, where do we go from here, guys? Like, that was a good situation. We got the fight we kind of wanted to, and it just did not work. Redbird's doing it from out of range. Yeah, so it only really catches 2, but you can see Titan, unfortunately, was forced out of the fight for that moment, wasn't auto-attacking. And where is Weiser? Weiser shows up in a TP, and we said this before, Yorick's only really good for the split push. He has no impact in these team fights. He showed up, sit high, and just walked away. I think he'd been better off just split pushing the entire time and try and get some gold back on this turret, try and get a bit more of a chunk.
That's my point exactly, RMC. I feel like they're not utilizing Weiser with this Yorick as they should have. I don't think that it should have been played that way. Just leave it on the split push, and how they have been playing so far, like not really understanding that they're always on 4v5 instead of a fair 5v5 also makes a difference. And personally, there was one very crucial mistake from Roma in that fight. He was melee range with Robo. Yeah. He was melee range with Robo, had to use Spirit Rush to get away. Should have just not used the Spirit Rush to get that close. He was like face to face with the Olaf. And as soon as that happened, of course Loud was going to pull the trigger.
Sure, and I think he was trying to bait Robo a little by getting up in his face, but with the encore, with the undertow hitting at the same time, yeah, that it ended up being a massive mistake from Romer, unfortunately. And we were just talking about him as the guy who was kind of making action happen for paiN. He was sort of the big shining hope, and that's just kind of gone down the crapper as well. And now paiN, they need a different hero to be able to step up. Is it going to be Titan? I feel like it traditionally has been. Whenever paiN are falling behind, whenever they're struggling, it's on Titan, it's on Curry to make plays. Curry, he's on the Blitzcrank this time. That's not the big wombo combo huge playmaker. It's all about landing those hooks. And if you're far behind enough, like we said before, those hooks kind of become just an engage tool for Loud. Hit the wrong person and Loud just get what they want.
Yeah, just gotta have somebody block that and you're good to go for Loud. Now paiN Gaming trying to find an angle to go and fight this Atacon, but Carioca has been engaged upon. Ooh, going for the Crystal Arrow, instantly cleansed. The Encore only hits the support on the side of paiN Gaming, so that's pretty good. Root is gonna go down, still having that as well on the backline. Robo is trying to run through paiN Gaming's defenses, but they're not gonna be able to do so. Wiser is still standing, so is Cudi, and they can keep on kiting, but straight onto a wall. Chiton, gotta be careful about how close you go to Sheeny. So this is gonna be stopped and stalled for the moment, but it's still a 5v3 for the side of paiN Gaming, and they can definitely take this Atacon, but not without Loud just trying to at least poke them a little bit. It's still gonna be a Atacon for paiN Gaming after winning that fight.
What a clutch fight, and you can see the exhaustion on Ridberg's face as well after that fight. Like, Loud were in such a strong position, and paiN, it feels like this is how they've been playing this entire year. They flipped the script on you. They just need that one good fight. And look at Curry. Curry actually walks back into the encore that gets thrown out from Ridberg. But that's fine, because he was happy to buffer it and trade it for the hook, and he gets Root inside the cage. There's nowhere for Root to run. Once you find that, it's so much easier. And right here, this is the hands we're talking about. Fate's call back out. Everybody just kind of kites Robo for days. Robo is a huge threat, but he can't focus on somebody, and he's damage overloaded. And then right after that, they can just keep on chasing. Titan able to outrun all the CC that was supposed to lock him down. Shinny had to turn, risking his own life. Shinny able to get away, but they lost Atacon, they lost extra kills, and the game gets back to a much more even state.
Surely does. Loud still in 1.1 thousand, but it doesn't feel like that's what paiN Gaming has up their sleeves after winning that fight very well, concisely understanding the limitations of each of their champions, and especially Titan with that Fate's Call, as you said, and how they were kiting out on every single ability thrown his way. Just feels like the best position for paiN Gaming to turn this around, like we saw on game 1. Or is it game... Yeah, on game 1. Because we saw game 3 being a complete snowball. Romo will find some damage here onto Sheeny. But Loud is really focused on taking down that tier 2 mid lane. While paiN Gaming can take the Drake themselves.
And I don't hate this call from Loud. This is only second Drake, and they're just going to push in with the Grubs advantage they have as well. It's going to be so easy for them to take this. And if they can crack open an inhibitor early, it gives them so much more power. Now, they have to avoid being actually caught out by paiN. TP coming in, but Romer gets caught early.
Ooh, okay, the Nature's Grasp really gets them into a bad position here. Titan trying to find some way to kite them out over the wall, and they save Cudi as well, sending them back into action. Now, we have Titan on very low health, so they're not going to be able to fight on this one. But still, the fact that they survived with so many resources used by Loud is insane.
I don't know who I'm more shocked about surviving that. Like, Loud turning the fight, or paiN not losing anybody on that. Titan got so low, Romer got so low as well, and that just shows the danger that Loud have. Perhaps got Loud into a bit of a false sense of security around that Atacon fight, but Robo with the Ghost just shot right at Titan. Titan wasn't able to put out the damage, and Romer was almost a casualty, an accidental casualty, as they were trying to take out Titan. Romer was just in the way, and all the splash damage kind of hit him. So we'll see. You know, now that the summoner's down from Robo, maybe paiN could kind of try and make another play. The rocket grab is just a basic ability. Yeah, it's a long cooldown for a basic ability, but it's a lot shorter than ultimates and summoners.
It definitely is, RMC. So now paiN Gaming is trying to break through the defenses here in the mid lane of Loud, but we know, like you said, that they have a lot of firepower that paiN Gaming has to be aware of. Though, fighting around those cooldowns is definitely one of the best choices. Tinos will shove the lane in the top side, while we still have been, you know, a little bit uncertain personally about where Wiser has been fitting into the composition. He's not going like completely 100% on the split pushes, but sometimes he's in the fight as well. It's just a little bit ambiguous.
Yeah, and unfortunately in the fights, we're seeing Loud kind of just ignore Wiser. They're just streaming around him because they know you're not really that big a threat. Yeah, and you can't even be a body to actually soak up the damage. Karaoke is still able to do that, but Wiser, not so much. And for Roamer and Titan, the shorter ranges that they're playing at is certainly making things really dicey. Well, we'll see if paiN can win anyways, because they kind of haven't cared about comp and macro for much of the season, and it's kind of worked out. And for Loud, the skilling for their composition isn't fantastic either. Not saying paiN's is, but they're both kind of like equally bad into the skilling. So it does mean that fights are still on a knife's edge, even if it's easier for Loud to execute as things go on.
It's kind of like right now is the prime moment for both of the compositions. They're not going to grow as much as into the late game as the hyperscalers would. Especially now with almost 3,000 gold ahead for Loud, they really want to secure this Baron and guarantee that they can try to wrap up the game as quickly as possible, especially having that inhibitor open in mid lane, and paiN just as much as possible trying to secure their own jungle farm.
Yeah, Shinny just smiting away the Raptors from Karaoke, just salt on the wound, you know, and Titan gets hit.
Okay, Robo getting followed up with the Encore as well. Titan has to really kite this one away. Having been able to escape so far, is gonna allow for Robo to... Oh no! They managed to take it down. Robo is not going to stop until he gets a kill. And unfortunately, it's just casualties. When the main focus is Jita, he doesn't go down though.
And I love the nerve on Titan that he didn't even cleanse or flash. He was just like, no, I can kite out this Olaf. I'm okay.
Crazy.
And then Curry goes, oh, I can't. Oops. Like you said, it's just a string of bodies on the way to Titan right now. And Robo will happily take any kill he can get anyways. Even if I can't kill Titan, that's fine. I'll take Curry. And that just means paiN kind of resets. But Loud, despite the fact they get the extra kill, it is on the support. It is on the lowest level member. Curry will respawn quickly. And it's really hard to start Baron into a Blitzcrank, because Blitzcrank will be throwing hooks over the wall. If he lands on Shinny and Shinny goes down, you just leashed the Baron for paiN. Even if it doesn't land on Shinny, if they get another kill, they can potentially win the after fight from Baron 5v4. So because of that, Loud doesn't want to rush this. They're taking their own sweet time. They're setting up ambushes. They're just trying to grow their lead to the point where they do feel comfortable winning a 4v5, or until they find multiple members of paiN, which buys them enough time to safely and securely get Baron.
And Loud is in a good position for that as well. They have two control wards very close by in the river, one in the pit as well with the Scuttle Crab. They have the Ash with the volleys as well, with the Falcon, whatever that's called, I forgot. And guaranteeing that extra vision is just something that Loud really needs at this point. Though paiN Gaming still has a good team fight, but again, Wiser still a little bit lost in between split pushing or whether he wants to go on a team fight himself. Gather into the top side, very nice dodge there. Weaver's Wall will separate the team, so that's two big cooldowns on the side of Loud that are not going to be able to be used.
Yeah, but critically, not necessarily combat ultimates. Like, yes, Enchanted Crystal Arrow stun is pretty big in combat, but Weaver's Wall, it's more about terrain modification and utility. So paiN, they're going to go start Baron up as they realize Robo's on Dragon. Roamer taking another beating again.
Yeah, the guy's really in desperate position to try to escape here. Very nice push. Hook. Oh, that is insane! Goes on to Root, and that's the rocket grab you want. That's paiN Gaming's good it for you. Now going to the backline, Robo trying to get them down, but Roma is going to be on stasis, and golden he goes with that medal, the answer, and they are going to survive. Redbird and Tinones are the only ones standing, and that's Minions pushing in the mid lane, going to force paiN Gaming to retreat, but they are still going to maybe try to go for Baron. I wouldn't personally.
No, they're getting quite greedy here, but Wiser has been sent back to go and deal with that for now. Redbird, if he gets hooked, is in trouble, and they're not defending the base. Wiser just TP'd out of base. There's double super minions hitting the Nexus turret.
That's crazy. They're going to go for the Baron, but when they come back, it's going to be enough to at least try to secure the defense for a little bit longer. But, the minions have respawned, and paiN Gaming is not going to regret this decision. They take the Baron, and the Nexus turret's still standing.
I want to see how much damage is on the Nexus turret, actually. Because the entire wave had to group up to buy time, and it did. So, overall, really good for paiN. I'm just wondering if it's possible for Robo to just kind of pull a backdoor in the next fight, right? Like, Robo in that fight
it's very
was taking Dragon. Yeah, he TP'd to that fight late, right? And if next time, if his team can kind of handle the engage from paiN, he could just go and try and take out the other turret instead. We get to see a replay, and what I want to focus on was actually Curry and how well he played this, because the team turned onto Shinny, but Curry sidestepped that and went for Root and lands that disgusting hook on the side. And the moment he goes down, where's the damage from Loud? It's tinones, but tinones is not sustained damage. We are seeing a fight in the picture-in-picture as well, as mid-outer went down and the disengage, and yeah. From there, you can see tinones is doing his best to just try and delay as much as possible, try and do as much damage, but it's just not enough. And okay, so single super minion. The second one wasn't there. So yeah, I think they just managed to mob it with with basically all 3 lanes stacked onto that one super minion.
That's insane. Yeah, because we saw Wiser having to retreat because they were so low on HP. And to be fair, I noticed as well that the Baron would have taken him down, but it was because of his minions getting focused instead of him that he didn't. This crazy talk. 4 members pushing here on the bot side while Wiser is still defending and trying to get the minion wave pushed on the top lane. And it just feels like this is the breath of fresh air that paiN Gaming needed. And it's always one very good play from Kuti. One time on a Pop Blossom, this time on a Rocket Grab. The guy is definitely a highlight.
Fresh air, still air. If you're paiN Zesha, you just want air right now. Like paiN Gaming is giving us cardio. Yeah, and this is why this is the modern El Clasico, right? It's not paiN versus Kate Stars. It's not paiN versus INTZ. It's paiN versus Loud, because somehow the teams always deliver. And I love the fact that Robo, in respect to that history, whipping out the Olaf once again. Is it meta? No. Is it necessarily good? Not really. Is this the comp we want to run it into? It is a comp you'll run it into, I guess. But Robo is making it work. He's still the big threat. He's still up 1.6 thousand gold. He's still the threat that's forcing Titan to focus him down. Now, if the rest of Loud could just step up with him, I think Loud could still win this game. Heck, they're still in a decent position to win this game, but paiN is making it so hard, and they've turned the tides. 2k gold up on this Baron power play, and they've still got a bit more time in pocket.
Using it, then they just grasp. Oh, that was so close with the Rocket Grab. They're going to get caught with the Encore, but they're going to be pulled back, insta-cleansed by Titan on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Roma, Soul survives. That was a very good attempt by Loud, but immediately responded by paiN Gaming as well, RMC. And
it's a 5v4 for Loud, so really good trigger pull, but the entire time Wise is just pushing bot lane. He's doing what Riot intended when they designed Yorick. He's just PvEing off onto the side, and for Loud, I do think it was a little bit overambitious. The cooldown on the engages are fairly low, so the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Encore will be coming back up soon. Robo's Ghost just came back up, and so that's the big summoner I'm watching for, because that's the one that enables you to kill Titan. As much as we've been focused on, Root gets picked, he's dead, now Loud are lacking damage, the same can be said of paiN. If Titan goes down, paiN can't carry a team fight.
And there's also something very important about the fact that Redbird just bought a Mikhail's, and as soon as you don't have your Ragnaroks available for Robo, you can just get cleansed by the Seraphine anyway with that item. So this is like main support for who they know is the biggest threat. Now going out here, Kuri will land this one, still doing damage, trying to take Shinny down. He's still remaining healthy, which is crazy. Roma using that stasis, now the Gracious Grasp to try and chase Loud away. That's not gonna be a land on the Charm, but it is on the Rocket Grab. Still, it's on Robo, so you gotta be really careful about how to play this. That's the redemption, keeping Titan in a good space. Shinny trying to go into the back line, but they are gonna get kited back. The Weaver's Wall might be the worst thing for paiN Gaming and the best for Loud. They take yet another casualty on the side of paiN Gaming on the 3-for-2, and Titan is still trying to escape because they know they're getting chased.
Titan didn't get the honey fruit. He took forever to do it, and that kind of came back to bite him, and now Loud, they're in the area. They've got the Seraphine. They've got the better sustain. 13 seconds onto Curry. Loud, can they take this dragon? I think they take it nice and safe. There's too much threat for Titan to get in there. And what a close fight. A razor's edge between these two teams and an Ocean's Soul for Loud.
That feels bad, man. That feels bad with the composition they have. Seraphine with the Olaf. That soul is gonna be huge for Loud.
Yeah, and with this hook from Curry, look, they almost killed Shinny, so you can't really call it a bad hook, but it wasn't the right target. And they landed the charm onto Redbird, but they weren't able to capitalize. And we talked about the end gauge for Robo as well in the past. The fact that once the hook lands for Robo, if he's got Ragnarok, that's just him finding the backline, and that's what he was able to do. Props to Titan for being able to survive again, but he had to burn Flash away, and Ghost is a much shorter cooldown than that Flash. Robo, actually, Did Robo even use Ghost? How is he moving that fast and Ghost is already back up?
Wow. That's crazy, dog. How was he? Huh. Trying to figure it out. He was really fast. Well, we'll see. We still have 15 seconds for Baron. For Baron? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there we go.
For Baron.
Just got confused by the overlay for a second because there's still five minutes on the right hand side, and I was like, wait, what? No, that's not 5 minutes.
Elder.
The Baron's gonna be up. Yeah, there you go. They're both purple, and you know. There we go. Going for the Baron here. 5 members. Oh, pulled in, but it doesn't feel good for Shinny, as paiN Gaming will be able to secure the Baron as they try to get into the fight. Loud and Tinos is not going to be able to reach it because it is slowed down by the Maokai's potato. And with that, paiN Gaming just getting themselves on another edge of 3,000 ahead.
Sorry, did you just call a sapling a potato?
A potato, yes.
I thought they need a potato farmer skin now for Maokai.
That would be so good. It is a potato indeed.
For saplings, they'll grow one day. But yeah, good from paiN. They very quickly burn down the Baron. They're able to utilize the Kalista now. You know, with Blade of the Twin King, with Guinsoo's Rage Blade, you stack very, very quickly, and the rend is pretty much guaranteed. For Loud though, it feels like they've gone back to the patient play. They are not looking for the objective. They are looking for the big final fight for both these teams right now. If they can pull off an ace this late into the game, it pretty much guarantees a win. So for Loud, they're waiting on Robo to find the right angle, find the flank, find Titan, and if they can do that, great. Or, failing that, find the pick onto Roamer, because it has been a couple of times now where Roamer has gone picked trying to play frontline with the Magi Soul Stealer as well. Roamer is just trying to maximize gains right now. Both these teams, they know that the big fight's upcoming, and that one will decide the game.
Yes, it will, and it's definitely going to be around the cooldowns on the Zonius for Roamer, because every single time that he's almost melee range with Robo, it's a Zonius pop, so they need to be aware of that when they go in and just decide to go for Roamer, but definitely focus on Chita if they can try to reach him. But considering how much he has escaped so far, maybe focusing on somebody else might be the option, although pretty tanky. That Maokai using that Nature's Grasp here will land it on Chitan, forcing out that cleanse as they are still on the other side of the wall. Kuri though might get caught, but no, it's actually, wait, excuse me, how did they get taken down? That's absolutely crazy. Still trying to survive here, going with the Poppy to the other side of the map. It's both carries separated from paiN Gaming and 2 members down. It's a 4v3. Shinny gets a lot of damage to his head, and it's a pin cushion. Tita trying to go for it, but as you said, there's no backup. They're not going to be able to take the enemy jungler down, and paiN Gaming, although with casualties, still maintains themselves on 2.6 thousand gold ahead.
How did paiN not get wiped there? So I don't understand. It felt like Loud got so many good angles. The Weaver's Wall cutting off Roamer, cutting off Curry. But Curry, in the face of death, went, well, I'm not going alone. Throws the hook out onto Robo, and the burst damage they're putting onto Robo. Yes, Olaf is an absolute menace. Yes, Olaf does a ton of damage onto the squishies, but Olaf doesn't have that much health. And paiN's starting to scale up, and the damage is starting to overwhelm. Ragnarok can save you from all CC save 1. Death is the hardest CC of all, and paiN, they're proving that right now. And the full-up engage as well. I'd love to see a replay of that, because Roamer and Karaoke somehow managed to give Titan the isolated 1v1 on Shinny and chunk out Tinones. That's illegal. I don't know how they did it. They should be allowed to do it. It's like, somebody check their PC. You know, something's wrong with that.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it doesn't even make sense. And Shinny was almost killed by Chita as well. It's just the sheer amount of armor that he has. Gonna use that blast cone to get away. And with 1:15 for the Elder to spawn, we know that the fights are crucial right now. One objective, one ace team fight means that the other team can almost certainly take the game. Just the respawn time is on 45 seconds is just too much to handle. So now paiN Gaming is just trying to push for taking, with the lead that they already have, the next big team fight.
Yeah, the Elder objective will be the next big team fight. And with Kalista as well, the rend is really strong. Loud have to look for the fight. They cannot look for the steal. Titan, the first person to full build, GA in pocket as well already. And paiN, they want to cheese this. They don't even want to give a fight at Elder. They want to find a pick first.
Ooh, Roma has a good flank angle here. They're gonna be pinched into this side of the jungle as now paiN Gaming has access to the river themselves. And like you said, with that Guardian Angel, ooh, rocket grab is not gonna land there from Kuti, so a couple of seconds before they can use it again. But paiN Gaming, as I was saying, just getting that space back into the river for that Elder, but sending Wiser back to clean. And they have TP available, so this could be something that they can come back for. Well, definitely gonna need their help with the Elder spawning. Gets the knock up there. Ooh, but pulled in, and then Enchanted Crystallero only ending on the support is not gonna be good for Loud. Robo gets chunked as well, while paiN Gaming is applying damage onto the Elder themselves in the bush and TPing for the back door, like you said. Oh, they pulled in! That's absolutely insane! paiN is taking him down. Root is not gonna be there for this fight, and the numbers are not into Loud's advantage. They're still pushing paiN Gaming, following up for Robo and Tinos. Robo just trying to do as much as he can on a 1v3.
It's the Ragnarok.
2v3 at this game, and they're still healing so much. The clear's allowing for Chita to survive, but Chinos could try to take him down as well. The seismic shove will proc the Guardian Angel, but that's Wiser into the back line, into the bush. He's gonna go for the back door, but the minions have respawned, and he needs to be careful about this. The rock almost taking him down, and a TP from Tinos. Maybe Wiser is gonna take him down in this push. Too low health, flashing out, and then he takes the game. It's 3-1 for paiN Gaming on the first best of 5 of the playoffs.
It's not the 5-game series, but it was everything but. We got the comeback from paiN. Despite the fact they're up in the series, they were down in the game. You can see the happiness in their faces. The way they ended as well. They won a 4v5, Soph. Wiser went back to base to deal with the inhibitor, and he TP'd right back into the back door. Not only did we beat you in the fight, we beat you in the back door. We beat you every single way we could.
I never said that paiN was confused about what to do with that Yorick. I never said that. That is a figment of your imagination. It never happened. 3-1 is your scoreline of paiN Gaming versus Loud. The first seed showing why they came here as they did through regular season, and ending with the backdoor like that. Oh my god, what a best of 5.
And that's the magic. This is why we love paiN versus Loud, because it doesn't matter how well they've played up to that point. When they meet, love or something is in the air between both these teams. And yeah, you know what? Thankfully, this is the upper bracket. There is still a chance that the teams can meet again. It would be a very tough run for Loud to go through the lower bracket. I believe they'll be going up against Isurus Estral, if I recall correctly, in terms of who they're going to be facing. So there is still a chance for Loud to advance through the lower bracket. For paiN, they're on the winner's side, deservedly so. Really solid 3-1 from them. I'm very curious to see what Zero has to say to them, and in this week's behind the scenes episode for paiN, because he was not happy last week with the macro. Look, the games are really fun for viewers. I don't know if it's as fun for the coaches.
Agreed. It's just the fact that they are just always betting on their hands, betting on the fingers, the ability, the skills, and just knowing that when a team fight goes to that clutch moment, they can make it happen. Insert here every single clip of Chita escaping Robo from death's grasp every single time. Managing that Kuti also escaped with that Fate sealed as well. Look at those paiN Gaming fans with the paiN Gaming roster as well. What a lovely shot in the LTA South Arena. That is amazing. I'm just like thrilled that it ended this way, because it was everything. This game 4 was everything.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. And this is just the opening match of the playoffs, so we still have plenty of matches to go. Tomorrow we get Furia versus Vivo Cade Stars. That one is promising to be a banger as well. Two teams that, you know, have really started showing their stuff this split, have really scaled up as we're approaching. The macro has been clean. They are both very willing to engage. And then after that, next week we do have the I believe it will be the lower bracket matchups next week as well, which right now we know is going to be Loud versus IE, and then the loser of Furia versus Vivo Cade Stars up against Red.
And that is also going to be very interesting in the lower bracket for sure. But for now, we're done with the first match of the playoffs of LTA South. In Split 2 2025, tomorrow, you're going to have that Furia VKS matchup. Same time, 1 p.m. Brazilian time. So come here and just spend some time with us. We're gonna have two awesome casters tomorrow with us as well. Thank you so much, RMC. Thank you everybody in the chat and watching. Thank you, Chippy, in the production. It's been us for the moment, and we'll see you tomorrow.